Present. Senator Oleolitan. Senator Malhis, my apologies.
Present.
Senator Ono.
Present.
Senator Reese. Senator Shurkin.
Present.
Myself, I'm here. Senator Fan.
Present.
Senator Wang.
Present.
And Senator Wahidola.
Present.
Wonderful. You're at quorum. We now move into item A2, excuse absences. Are there any such motions? Senator Wahidola.
Motion to excuse Senator Wong from 8:20 to 9:45 due to academic purposes.
Senator Wong from 8:20 to
9:45.
9:45. Answer.
No reason.
Okay, there's been a motion to excuse Senator Wong from 8:20 to 9:45 PM due to academic purposes. Is there a second? Senator Shurkin.
Second.
Motion's been moved and second. We are now in discussion. Senator Mandakova.
Call the question.
Questions been called. Is there any objections to the call to question?
Set.
Is there any objections to that consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Fan.
Motion to excuse Senator Ono at 9 PM due to academic reasons.
Been a motion to excuse Senator Ono at 9 PM due to academic obligations. Is there a second, Senator Wong? Motion's been moved and second. We are now in discussion. Senator Mandakova.
Call the question.
Questions been called. Is there any objections to the call to question? Is
Set.
there any objections to consent? Being none, motion passes. Senator Jones.
Motion to excuse Senator Sussman from 7:35 to 9 PM for an academic obligation.
There's been a motion to excuse myself from 7:35 to 9 PM due to an academic obligation. Is there a second? Senator Weedle.
Second.
Motion has been moved and second. We are now in discussion. Senator Mandakova.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Is there any objections to the call to question?
Done.
Seeing none. Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Mandakova.
Motion to excuse, Senator Jones, at 9 PM due to academic reasons.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Jones at 9 PM due to academic reasons. Is there a second, Senator Wong?
Second.
Motion's been moved and second. We're now in discussion. We're now in discussion.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Is there any objections to the call to question? Is
Consent.
there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Fan.
Motion to excuse Senator Jong at 7:30 due to academic reasons. Are we gonna have quorum, Chair?
At the latter half of the meeting, we won't. There's been a motion to excuse Senator Zhang at 7:30 due to an academic obligation. Is there a second? Senator Weedle.
Second.
Motion's been moved and second. We are now in discussion. Senator Wong.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Is there any objections to call the question? Is
Done.
there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Mandakova.
Motion to excuse Senator Hepburn at 8 PM due to academic reasons.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Hepburn at 8 PM due to academic obligations. Is there a second? Senator Wong.
Second.
Motion's been moved and second. Is there any call to question? Senator Wahila?
Second. Call.
Got it. Question's been called. Is there any objections to call the question?
Consent.
Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Is there any further motions for excusal? Yeah. Senator Jones.
Motion to excuse Senator Reese until recess due to a
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Reese until recess due to a midterm. Is there a second? Senator Mandakova.
Second.
Motion has been moved and second. We're now in discussion. Senator Fan.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Is there any objections to the call to question?
Set.
Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. We now move into item A3, acceptance of the proxies. Are there any proxies present? Seeing none, we now move into item B, public forum. Are there any speakers here for public forum? It appears that there are quite a few. Okay, we'll go one at a time. So we'll just kind of go front row to back row. That's okay.
Can I request I go first? I have to leave early.
Yes, you are more than free to come up. Speaking agreements. So this is for everyone in the room. I will absolutely repeat it upon request. But you have 3 minutes to speak with 3 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, your pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Speculation of a senator's intentions is prohibited and may result in being removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it is on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it will be graphic. You may only come up once, and you may choose not to answer questions. You're more than welcome to come up. Can you state your first and last name?
Hi, my name is Carrie Seifert, and I use they, them pronouns.
And how do you spell it?
Kharys, last name Ebert.
Thank you. All right, so you have 3 minutes whenever.
Hi, guys. I'm a third year Black Studies and Feminist Studies double major, and I am a chair of Black Queer at RCO on campus. And I'm here to talk about the budget cuts for BWHC. So I can name on one hand the amount of ASBCUs that help fund Black student events, programming, and community organizations, SCORE, and BWHC. If there are more, I as an RCO chair have no clue who those are, which would be a failure on behalf of AS to educate their student body that they claim to serve about our resources. I asked one of the BWHC members the other day who their Senate liaison was. They had no clue. Again, another failure to support Black students navigating AS leadership. Last year, I stood before the Finance Committee and advocated for the budget myself, to which I was asked multiple questions, and otherwise the BWHC budget was not drastically cut. When the board members of BWHC came to me and let me know that the budget hearing went so well, there were no questions about the budget, and that there are multiple people present from BWHC for the hearing, I figured things would go even better than they did for me. I see now that is not the case. This leaves me wondering, is it easy to interrogate one Black person at a hearing, but when there are multiple, it is difficult to ask questions? Why? If there is nothing to say, I'm left questioning whether the intentions from the committee were ever pure. Why were there no questions for the board, but their budget has been so drastically cut? It seems as though there was already a plan to cut the budget, or there is racist assumptions floating around that stopped further questioning. If you deny either of my claims previously mentioned, I must ask which of these senators attended Black Beauty Expo and know the huge impact that it has for the Black community. I must ask which of you go to CSA, NSA, BSU, or EASA events to see community being built because of the access to funding through BWHC. I must ask, how many of you survey the Black students who attended ABC, hosted by BSU, about the impact the conference had on their lives and overall experience at UCSB? How many of you know the material effect that BWHC funding has on the survival and positive experience of Black life on campus? Without BWHC and the cutting of their budget, our Black community is left to do what racist systems have always said we must do: be silent, subservient, and complacent. We are here to say no more. The racism exuded by the Senate is seen, felt, and we have something to say. BWHC is foundational for the Black community on campus, and if you ever wonder why, go to a BSU, NSA, CSA, EASA, Black Queer, or BWHC event or meeting and ask, how has BWHC supported you? And I promise there will be answers from each organization member. This move to cut BWHC's budget is proof that Senate does not care for the positive experience of Black students on this campus, and moreover could care less to know how they can be of support to UCSB's minority communities. Shame on the Senate for practicing racist behaviors, ideologies, and upholding white supremacy while simultaneously claiming inclusion and advocacy. Shame on the Finance Committee for the failure to provide initial clarity on budget issues and the continuation of such failure. Shame on the Senate for their blatant racism, sexism, and bias. If you think you can do this without a fight back, you thought wrong. As a reminder, Black people were enslaved and built this stolen land up for white colonizers at the cost of rape, lynching, exploitation, and torture. This AS decision echoes enslaved actions of dehumanization. I need the entire associated student body to ask themselves, am I a racist? And think critically about this erasure of Black life on campus. This is not just about AS legal code. This is about the material thrival of all communities on campus, including the Black ones. Thank you.
Will you be accepting any questions?
What time is it?
6:23.
Yeah.
Senators, do you have any questions for the speaker? Senator Jung.
Chair, I request an exception for not stating a question, but more of a providing for context and statement.
You can have the
Okay,
question
I would
following.
try to phrase my statement as a question then. Thank you so much for coming. Also, by the way, I just want to say this is amazing. This have always been what we're trying to reach for, that the Senate have been failed for years, that in terms of like democratic responsiveness and reaching for a broader student body. And I'm the finance chair, so I think I'm obligated to come and speak on the reason why things happen this way. And because you're the first speaker, so I thought it was probably better that I just come with it first, and then what other people come up and there's a better clarity on situation, how it's going on. So basically the criteria, I know I'm breaking, sorry, Chair, but I think it's
You state a
important.
question at the end. It'll be
Yeah, it's important to provide context for my question that's gonna end for my public speaking. But basically, the criteria that we had for this year is primarily just based on the financial record that we received on our end and the planning and future that was provided during the budget hearing when presented by the entities that come to us during the budget hearings. And the budget hearings and all the record are, I believe, public. So we're more than willing to provide that to the general public if people are interested to look at it. But the primary reason that we had the proposed cut, and I will totally guarantee for now that it's the first proposal. Every single budget goes on 3 stages. So the first stages come from finance committee and it goes to the president, and the president come back to the Senate, and we deliberate on next week, week 5. And we're more than welcome for you guys to come to week 5 to see how things have unfolding. And sorry if I'm a little nervous because I haven't been asleep for 2 days for my academic things and I'm a little, agitated, but I want to explain things in a way that's most proper. And the primary reason that we had a little trouble with recommending a number is because our end, we haven't never received the financial record and allocation as we usually do in terms of minutes and approve everything. And this is not to blame on BWC because we're very aware there has been a lack of advisors and support for them throughout the year. And this is not their fault at all. We're totally in complete understanding with that. And the reason why we propose that number is, first of all, we know it's going to change as the numbers coming in, that they're going to be able to fulfill their minutes and they're going to, give us the specific numbers to have did for the year. And we basically recommend it with understanding because we don't have the information that give a precise number. And that's what it did basically with every single entity that come to us. You probably, if you look at the budget, you'll probably see we also recommend 0 for, well, you guys didn't get recommended 0. You guys get the recommendation that we have in our system. And we recommend 0 for RESIS and we recommend 0 for Living History Project because both of them didn't have a financial record. There are new entities that joined AS last year, which were very welcoming. But in terms of financial criteria, what we did is basically we had a card criteria for everyone and we recommended it based on the criteria of okay, the history of spending that we have a record of and the future spending that was proposed. And that was our philosophy when it come towards it. And I just want to say there's absolutely no understanding of treating entities differently because of the mission they have. And the second big point is basically we know it's going to get recommended and we want to be, I think it's probably not that good to phrase it that way, but because there's different stages of budget approving, it is always kind of financial committee's recommendation, if you guys want to go back and historical recommending, is always the most conservative because we are very well aware there's room for for future people to basically change numbers. And because we're,
Senator,
sorry.
please.
Motion to extend the question time by 4 minutes.
And a motion to extend the Q&A time by 4 minutes, Senator.
You have to go, low keys,
Yeah, okay, I'm so sorry. I can just take over. Yeah, I can.
That's-
Yeah, I can.
It's fine. The motion has been moved and seconded for non-discussion.
2 seconds, just
Sorry, go. Question's been closed. Any objections? Call the question.
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes.
Okay, go.
You can say your question.
Oh, yeah, and just my third question is really, thank you so much for coming, and would you be willing to attend the next meeting for when we're delivering the budget next week on week 5?
I can't, but I would advise getting in contact with BWC and providing more clarity on the process and maybe more guidance on how they can better present the information, because I single-handedly did this myself with my Senate liaison last
Mhm.
year. And so again, with no Senate liaison, they can't name a Senate liaison. I would expect the Senate to do better and you should do better. And so that's the only response I can have. I don't know if I'll be able to come next week because I do have responsibilities every Wednesday at the same time.
Yeah, but you're more than welcome if you
Yeah,
are willing.
But yeah, that's your answer. Any other questions?
Are there any other questions for Emily Walsh?
Thank you for coming. I'm just really grateful to see a lot of my close colleagues, a lot of opportunity to see all of you guys coming. Again, I think it's really important to have, the advocacy about your particular needs to be heard and spoken to when it comes to these particular matters. And I'm really grateful for you guys coming. I just want to save your questions too, to also kind of redirect some maybe support for you guys as well. I think especially if you guys are going to be coming next week potentially. And in terms of liaisonship in particular, can you go maybe expand a little bit further, not just on not having a liaison in general? I can maybe answer that as well if you guys need some additional context, but maybe some of the other additional barriers aside from advisorship, lacking of advisorship, that you guys felt were a bit decentralized for BWHC that maybe could have been difficult for you guys this year when it comes to just, the decentralization of AS between you guys.
Yeah, I'm actually not in BWC this year. I was on the board last year. I'm a part of Black Queer this year, but we work in close relationships. So I would advise to ask that question to someone who is in BWC and see if they'd be willing to answer for you. Because again, I'm not in the inworks. I'm just here to support and use my voice as I can.
And can I just say one follow-up? And also, if there's any additional questions, like in terms of leadership, we do have our other additional, like we do have a representative in our committee and stuff. If you have any questions like to speak individually about, you can come to also our additional liaison committee meetings, which are on Tuesdays. And I really recommend going to those if you want to be prepared holistically further before going to the holistic Senate meetings in general. Because then we can give you more additional, like individual, I think, with particular feedback to support your VCU and stuff too. So
If you can email that information to Black Women's Health Collaborative so they can forward it to all of the Black organizations on campus, that would be awesome.
that'd be great. Yeah, of course. All
Thank
right.
you so much. Thank you, guys.
Up. I'm
Oh.
just going to give a general reminder, speculation of the Senate and senators' intent and lead to removal of the Senate floor. So please try not to speculate whether, the intentions or the ideologies of the Senate as a whole. If you want to go ahead and state your name and how you spell it, that'd be amazing.
My name is Fatoumata Kere, that's Fatoumata. And my last name is Kere with 2 accents on it. And I don't know if I'm allowed to like request extra time or.
FAT, Chair. I can,
Okay.
sorry, how much time would you like?
Like probably 3 more minutes addition to the 3.
Okay.
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 4 minutes.
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 4 minutes. Is there a second, Senator Ono? Sorry. Motion's been moved and second. We're now in discussion. Senator Wong.
Call question.
Question's been called. Is there any objections to the call to question?
Consent.
Is there any objections to that consent? Seeing none, before we move into that, I'd like to recognize Senator.
Chair, also FATOUMATA.
FAT, sorry. I'm
FATOUMATA, correct?
Oh, sorry, I'm saying that. Sorry. All right, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Fatoumata Kere, and I'm one of the co-chairs of the Associated Students Black Women's Health Collaborative. I'm sure most of you know I'm here, and I'm positive that you've seen the statement BWHC has released regarding the recent budget recommendation and overall neglect we've had to deal with from AS throughout the entire school year. Given that the majority of you were not present during our budget hearing last quarter, I can understand that you may be confused in regards to the gravity of our situation. With that being said, I'd like to use this moment to take us back in time and remind you all of a day where every single representative from AS was made fully aware of our situation. Monday, September 22nd, 2025, AS Orientation, Networking, and Empowerment Training. This day should ring a bell to you all, since as you know, it's one of the most crucial events per the president, mandatory for everyone in this room to attend. During the event, I announced on the microphone in front of hundreds of representatives at the Quorum Pavilion, stated that we did not have an advisor or anyone to help us, and that I did not know what to do. Until recently, no steps were ever taken to resolve this issue. For 6 whole months, BWAC has had no advisor, and we did the work of people who got paid to do what they never did for us. As a first-time co-chair, I was stressed out every single week because I had to figure out how I was going to lead this group of girls, and on top of that, learn all of the administrative and logistical ways of AS without anyone to guide me. During fall quarter, I was personally making visits to the AS office multiple times a week just to ask for help. Whether it was a gateway order, requisitions, contracts, I had to journey to that admin office whenever I had a question about the things that our advisor should have been helping us with. I really want to put into perspective how much harder this made for the women of this board and for the Black community in general. In addition to not having an advisor that was not present, we've had to deal with the following issues. 1, we've been threatened with a lawsuit from a vendor who provided a service to our event last year because it took 6 months for AS to process these requisitions. Other vendors have sent us emails of frustration in which we had to pay them extra to compensate for the delay, and to this day, one of the vendors still hasn't been paid. It's been a year. We had events fall through because members of admin completely ghosted us when we needed them. That's 2. 3, we've had instances where people told us they didn't want to work with us anymore because of the same payment delay issues. 4, we sacrificed some of our own events this year so we can help the other Black communities in need. Despite the barriers we were dealt with, BWHC has still accomplished many things this year on our own. For one, we've been able to support the OBS, the Office of Black Student Development, with their yearbook and fund the projects of 5 different students in completing their Vision Fellowship projects. We funded merch of the statewide African American Black Coalition. We did our fall arts and crafts event with 40 people in attendance. We collaborated with the Multicultural Center to bring speaker Juju Bay to campus. We did our book giveaway. We had one of our self-defense Afro-Brazilian cultural dance workshops. We had our BWT mixer. We had our Black Beauty Expo. We had the hair oil making event, the study jam, and our wellness wonderland. In total, this is about $45,000. In this year's budget hearing, me and my fellow board members expressed to the Finance Committee how difficult it's been for us to manage throughout the quarter without any support, and we justified the reason behind every dollar we requested, which was the $124,800. And we explained that we were one of the main sources of funding for Black students and organizations on campus. With us being the only Black BCU, the community can rely on us to help them because we have the means to do so, and that's exactly how it should be. Organizations like the ADCRC only get $300 to allocate towards the entire school year, which is absolutely ridiculous. It's situations like this where we can come in and follow our mission of serving the underrepresented students on this campus. After our budget presentation, David Sim told us that all of the numbers look good and asked around to see if anyone else had questions regarding the amount we requested, and no one had any feedback. I think you can all understand why a $33,000 budget recommendation was so upsetting after what seemed to be a really productive meeting. While we're aware that the budget has been adjusted to a better number than before by the president recently, we're also aware that the final number lies in the senator's hands. While I listed some of the things we've accomplished this year above, there's so much more that BWT contributes to every single year. This year, we received funding requests for events that are required to expand the experience of Black students on campus. The Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Founders Day celebration, the National Society of Black Engineers Conference, the Nigerian Student Association Nigerian Student Coalition Conference, the Nigerian Student Association Taste of Africa Culture Show, Black Gaucho Family Weekend, and these are just a few. In total, that's around $60,000. This is a large amount, so students come to us for help to cover some of the costs. These are all of the events that we could barely fund or had to unfortunately turn down because we simply didn't have enough money. These past few weeks have been so mentally exhausting for our organization. Not only have we been neglected all year, but we now have 1 million people blowing up our emails trying to get an understanding of what's going on, and half of those people are shifting the blame on us for not providing the proper information throughout the year to receive the required budget. And in addition to these claims being false, AS fails to acknowledge that the sole issue lies in the fact that we were not provided an advisor. No one can tell us that we are invalid for feeling our frustration when we navigated this entire school year on our own. Are still trying to keep up with the events we have planned for the rest of the quarter, are balancing the insensitive responses we've been receiving from AS, all while trying to be students and keep our own personal lives together. Some of the events that we still have to plan for this quarter include our spring bouquet giveaway, Roots and Rhythms, Black Beauty Expo, Black Queer Prom, the Generational Brunch, and many more to plan. This is around $25,000 in total, not including any additional funding requests. While a lot of you may not be fond of us from the statement that we put out regarding the anti-Blackness, it was never an attack on AS, it's simply a call for action. All of the emotions we express here today are real-life struggles that we have been forced to deal with on our own because we are overlooked as a marginalized organization. It's saddening to hear from multiple people that senators have a history of not caring enough to keep organizations like us alive, especially when there should be more of an effort to uphold your mission as a student government. If you came to our events, you would see how much we do to provide for the overall campus community, and you would also see why representation matters. BWHC's mission is to support the holistic, spiritual, mental, and physical health of Black women and women-aligned people everywhere. Women-aligned people and people everywhere. Our job is to help educate, advocate, and financially provide for the overlooked communities, and we have done so by providing basic needs for anyone who needs it. We have free food at every single event. We've given away hundreds of free books, tens of thousands of dollars worth of free hair care products for people to use throughout the quarter, since if you don't know, there's no proper access to hair care for Black students here or anyone with textured hair. around 100 free skincare packages, and have given away almost 50 free album vinyls for students to learn more about the historical influence of Black music culture. I want to emphasize that we don't just limit our events to the Black community. Everyone is welcome, including you. With it being voting season for AS, we encourage all of you to show that you actually have support for our community on campus so that we can do the same for you. Come to our events, ask us questions, come learn about us. Despite the failure to support us this year, it's never too late to grow and do better. We hope that after today, you take time to think about everything we said and are mindful when making your final decision for this budget cycle. Thank you for your time.
Beautifully said. Senator Tan.
Hi, Fati. I'm sure you recognize me, and for everyone else in BWC, I am your Senate liaison. I just want to say I'm very sorry if it didn't seem like I was present. I just want to give this out where I have emails from September 9th asking who your advisor was. On October 7th, 2025, I received an email from Black Women's Health Collective. Hi, Mira. Thank you so much for coming to BWC's first event of the year. There are several other emails throughout October, which I helped you guys with your board appointments. This is not trying to brag about what I've done for you. That's
Oh yeah, are you talking about the previous comment with not knowing like our Senate liaison?
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I personally don't know where that came from. We know that you're
Okay.
involved in this, like.
But okay, thank you for that. But other than that, there are, I guess throughout October, November, including February, I also did come to your Black Care Expo.
Yes,
In the
yeah.
winter, I remember that, and I apologize for intruding on the work you guys are doing, as well as I tried to interact with you guys during the Black Student Hot Ones event. I believe that happened winter quarter, but I
wasn't
believe you
there,
guys
but
funded. Yeah, you guys simply funded that. So I just want to ask. I also sent some emails. Just in general, asking if you guys need support. That was after the retreat email for the retreat guidelines, as well as extra appointments. And I'm sure you're just talking to lack of help and support from Senate in general. But I would just like to ask, what further assistance I get and what communication would have been good for me to engage in with you guys.
I think honestly, I think meeting in person was really nice. It's just that because it was during the event, so it was hard for us to actually all come as a board and tell you hey, this is what we need and stuff like that. I know there were moments where we had our own calls and Zoom meetings. I know there was a call that we had with you and BC as well, and you guys helped us get appointed to the board. So I think Zoom calls or anything calls, help and stuff, or just anything in person, that's fine. It's just because we were actively hosting the event, so it was kind of difficult to
Senator Tan.
Okay, I'm just gonna finish the previous part. I think it's just the last part because I imagine I don't even know if you remember the email I sent to you guys, to explain the budget situation very
Yes,
early, I
and
think
we spoke
a
after.
month ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's one point that I just wanna kind of explain, and that's gonna be my last comment. Hopefully, I can answer any question if you have, but the last comment is basically, we're talking about we are very aware of the lack of support you guys had from advisors. And the reason why, structurally wise, I don't know about individual advisory situation, but structurally wise, we have 80 entities in AS. Sean, please correct me if I'm wrong. How many advisors do we have that's advisory for entities existing?
Jobs advising,
Yes,
it's just a handle,
a hand, five,
Number 5 and
5.
five, okay. Yeah, and a lot of those,
Time's elapsed. I think that's the question.
okay. I respectfully, I do have to complete, sorry. And we have 5 and a lot of admin have been taking on advisory positions because of that lack of numbers to support entities, which is no negation of why you guys didn't get support throughout the whole year. So part of the budget cuts across the board for this year is because we need to accommodate the budget we're allocating for hiring 7 more advisors next year so that we can ensure entities within AS would not be able to get that neglection out of structural reasons, because we can't really address personal reasons of why staff are not responding, but we can structurally address financially that if we have more people who could help out, that probably there's entities can avoid the situation you guys have have been helpless this year. And I would just provide a couple more stats that has been very,
Senator, Ronan, see if someone needs to extend the time if we're gonna.
Come on.
Senator, Ronan.
who else knows?
I hate this process. Okay, motion to extend the senator's time by 5 minutes.
Senator Wong,
Second.
motion's been moved and seconded. We're now in discussion. Senator Jones.
I would like to set the standard, like look how many people we have waiting their turn to speak. And if it's just for people, for senators asking questions and making statements, I would say we'd be very critical about what questions we are asking out of respect for everyone's time.
Senator Manicola.
I think like some of these things they're addressing needs to be like explained as well. So when would be a good time for that? Cause I think without like the proper context, maybe some things are misunderstandings rather than like genuine like questions. So I think, I mean, it's good to like have time to kind of talk about the situation because I think it's confusing for everyone at the end of the day. So I don't know, yeah.
Senator Jones.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Is there any objection? Call the question.
Chair objection.
Please state your objection.
I wish to make a comment to go back into discussion. It's regarding a good idea to reduce the time spent here on Senate while also fulfilling the needs of senators and BWHC and anyone in public.
Do you rescind your objection?
If I rescind my rejection, do not go back into discussion. Yes.
Call the question.
We have to and call the question.
Harrison, call the question.
Senator Molly's.
Okay, I think if there's no other member from BWHC to speak, I think Senator Chung can go outside and state her comment to BWHC and set up a meeting time with BWHC. And if any senator wants to join that meeting to clarify anything and talk to BWHC, they can. That way everyone can be heard and everyone who needs clarification can get that clarification and we can move on with the Senate meeting.
Senator Chung.
Extra information, I've already met with the board of BIC, especially chair here, and she have reported back based on my information I've contact. I think the context is for larger audience that I'm providing.
Senator Hill.
Okay, I was making a can answering Senator Manicola's point, particularly where can you guys speak to have a more intimate conversation? I already talked about it a little bit earlier, but because we don't really have anything currently on the agenda, we did remove our majority like, substantial items. Would you guys be open to coming to next week, next Tuesday, to our liaison committee meeting? That's like typically the place where BCUs do come to ask individual if you have more particular questions on Tuesdays, 3:30 to 5. I'm just saying to prepare you guys if you need additional, I think, support and I think to help.
We're in the middle.
We're in the middle.
We're in the middle of the motion.
Oh, we are? Oh, I thought it was like a.
No. Senator Jones.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Is there any objection?
Consent.
Call the question.
Consent.
Seeing none, motion, the speaker's time is extended by 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes. Thank you.
I will not use 5 minutes. I will use just one. So basically, every single year we collect 3.7 million from student body, from the general student body. Over 3.8 million have to be allocated for staff salary already. So every single year we have 13 million in reserve that was for financial difficulties of the association in general. Every single year we have budgeted over $2 million for non-block-in BCUs and for staff salary that we're contracted to pay for, which means that within 5 years, if we're budgeting in ways like this, if we're not extending student fee by more amount that we collect from student body, within 4 years, AS will just run out of money, go bankruptcy. So this is still not explaining the situation specifically to BSC. I guess my question would be, would you guys prefer that you guys sustain your own budget and we find the cuts from other BCUs instead? That we have already universally imposed.
I think this is something that could be talked about later, just
Okay.
because we have other members who would like to speak as well, and I don't want to take up everyone else's time.
For sure.
Senator Arnold.
Thank you so much for coming. I really-
Are you not taking any more
Are you-
questions?
are you good?
No, I want to go to the next person.
Okay, I'll add, is someone else from BWHC? Want to?
I don't have time to treat it.
Yeah, you're welcome to come up next.
Chair.
Wait.
This,
Senator Hill.
Okay, guys, let's see, I'm in the middle of a shift at the MCC, so I'm just gonna speak for 3 minutes. You can ask me questions for 3 minutes. I'm gonna go.
Can I
So
get your, can I get your name?
My name is Tiana Akwe-Koku. I'm a 4th year here at UCSB.
Can I write it? I'll write it.
Yes.
And enhance this.
I didn't come with a script. I came to just give my feedback, and sitting in the back, I've just gotten really frustrated. So I'm just gonna explain what I'm emceeing. And it's the expectation of the public that Senate is aware of what's going on. That should not be confusion on your end, and public's perception should not be the priority. I'm stepping away from my job to come help you guys with your job. Anti-Blackness by definition. How the dehumanization of Black people is foundational to modernity, foundational. Specifically how systems reproduce the inferior position of Black people. Anti-Blackness is in AS, whether you are anti-Black or not. You have to accept anti-Blackness is in AS. You can deny anti-Blackness, it's just an ignorance of how it shows up in your system. This is public comment and you're still focused on defending your individual character rather than understanding what is structurally happening. As a former student representative of the student liaison community, it's the reason I resigned. The institutions here continue to reproduce this anti-Blackness. If AS is aware BWC has no advisor, why is that neglected for so long? It's not a bystance or a bygone. It is a primary.
Tiana, I'd like to,
You want me to lower my tone? I got you.
I'd like you not to speak on behalf of my colleagues, their intentions.
Speaking on behalf of anyone, I'm speaking to the system that you operate in.
You have the
Okay,
floor.
not a personal statement. So the minimizing of this fact, when BCUs exist with exponentially larger budgets, more advisors, and severely less student direct engagement, that's anti-Blackness. So when we say that we want students to come to Senate, we shouldn't have to. You guys exist to represent us, and we shouldn't have to come and advocate and plead and beg for basic decency and humanity. It shouldn't take 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and yet we do it still. And if you truly believe in reflecting the will of the students here, it's very simple. Reinstate the entire 2025 to 2026 budget for the BWHC and respect the will of the students. We have spent the dimes. We go to the BWHC. We are students that care for BWHC. We are students that go to other BCUs and get no emails back for months. BWHC is doing the work they need to do with the money they have. Please give them their money. Simple as that.
Tiana, are you accepting any questions? Senators, do you have any questions?
Questions, please.
Senator
Okay, thank you so much for coming. Just first, I just want to clarify, are you a current member of BWC?
No,
No?
I never have been. I've been in BSU, NSA, BLC, and I benefited from BWHC every year as a student.
That's good to know. Thank you so much. I just wanted to say that I completely understand like the frustrations. Well, I can't completely understand the frustrations that you guys have, right? But what I want to say is from the perspective of like a group, we understand your frustration at not having an advisor. We ourselves have also had serious struggles with advising. But
do you understand why it
Yeah.
causes more issues for a Black entity or why it's different for other groups and a Black group? Why it's specifically a problem when it's us? Can you see why that's a problem?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I answer your question?
Well, I was just wondering if, I was gonna ask, just to BWC at large, because I understand.
BWHC, I'm happy on that.
Yeah, and sorry, that's just why I wanted to clarify that in the beginning, but my understanding is that there is an advisor now, and
And that has not, so what another Senate has shared is that the months of not having an advisor has impacted their perception, and even said that their first budget recommendation was due to the fact that they wanted them to submit more minutes. That was essentially their first budget recommendation was a threat for action. They shouldn't have to do that because if they had an advisor, that would have never happened.
yeah. Now, my question, I guess, just to people who are in BWC now, is just, can you,
Can you say that for them? I have to go back to.
yeah, I'm sorry, I know you're at work and I don't want to like hold you here, but yeah, I'll yield, yeah.
Any questions
Thank
about
you.
Mike's statement?
Senator Zhang.
Yeah, point. I will just take, yes, I will just put out a statement that,
I don't want a statement. I want a question. If
Okay,
not, I'm
question.
I don't need you to explain to me the situation. I am here because you guys have done a very serious injustice and you need to rectify it. Simple as that. Point blank period. 124K. 124K. Any more questions? Genuinely questions. Any confusion? Anything you really do not understand?
Senator Zhang.
are you aware of the proposal that I've pitched to the board of BWC that we're willing to give them an internal extra funding account of $300,000 next year specifically?
You know,
for
I'm
Black-
actually not aware of that because I'm just a student, but what I can say is that it should have never been 30K. That was the anti-Blackness to begin with. Over a 70% reduction is anti-Blackness. There's no way it's but about that.
Senator Maricolo.
Oh,
Okay, it's not just BWHC. We are simply following procedures with the financial motions. And we, like Jenny said, Living History Project was cut. Is that like, are we anti-history? Like, cause I just think like, my issue.
My question is, so that's the question. That is your question. Are you?
I'm done with
What is your question? What is your question?
my question.
Excuse me, I'd like order in the crowd so we can
What
continue.
is the question?
Well, it's just like the thing.
That was a rhetorical question. One sentence. What is your question?
My question is, have BWHC reached out for help?
Yes.
If they-
We are here to help because they had to reach out to the community for help because they came to you guys multiple times. That's why we're here now. Like. For me, you're proving the point. I want you to say you are proving the point when you don't see any issue with the only Black entity being defunded by 70% and you're comparing it to a history award.
No, okay.
You're proving the point. You guys have systemic budget cuts, yes, but over 70% versus 10% budget cuts and having a time of budget cuts, I am very aware of what's going on. I work for an entity doing Save Student Service campaigns all across campus. I know what's happening in our time period. If you want to extend my time, you will. I have to go back to work. I can't do this. But genuinely speaking, think about what you just said and think about what I told you. And I'm not speculating on anything. I'm here to educate you and I'm really asking you to reflect. Genuinely speaking, my last comment, your positioning exists due to institutions that suppress and stifle Black people. And if you consider yourself not a racist, that's not enough. And if you're not willing to be an anti-racist, that is the problem.
I just noticed speakers here that only have a 1 minute presentation that like could be done in minute, like just a couple of seconds and stuff. They just have to go because they have a time constraint. I don't want to take up the sake of the time because I want you guys to have a qualitative discussion that I just want them to get done with their particular discussion out of the way and stuff. I do apologize and stuff too. Just want to make that note.
Sure. Which speakers on the?
My DSA.
YDSA, thank you.
Okay, let me know.
Can you go ahead and state your names and how you spell it?
Hi, my name is Alexandria Ewing, Alexandria. Last name Ewing, Ewing.
That was EUING.
EW.
EW, I apologize.
Sophia Casano, SOFIACASANO.
Thank you. Do you guys understand the speaking agreements?
Yes.
You have 3 minutes, the floor is yours.
Hi, so like I said, my name is Alexandria Ewing, and I am the current secretary for UCSB's YDSA. We are the Young Democratic Socialists of America, and we are the chapter here on our UCSB campus. Every year, we run a campaign that aims to improve student life here at UCSB. You may remember us from our involvement in our meal swipe campaign from about 2 years ago that won rule over meal swipes. This year, we are fighting for UCSB to become a sanctuary campus for our undocumented community and our migrant community. We are currently in negotiations with university administrators, and our biggest barrier is funding. Because of the university's deficit and alleged lack of funding capacity, they've expressed concerns with funding our fiscal demands for our campaign. These demands include continued and stable funding for the Monarch Opportunity Scholarship and the Dream Fresh Grant, alongside the creation of an emergency legal defense fund to aid undocumented and international students who face legal trouble as a result of ICE detention or deportation. The reason we are coming to AS Senate is we want to request the use of AS reserves for these demands. Doing so would align with the Senate's mission to aid the student body with fiscal support. We've seen through the passage of the Productivity Pod's HIP proposals that the Senate is capable of assisting with prevalent issues impacting the student body. Our petition garnered thousands of signatures and over 10% of student body support here at UCSB, displaying the desire for this type of change. Providing funding for resources such as an emergency legal defense fund for undocumented and international students and the Monarch Opportunity Scholarship will aid our most vulnerable students here on campus. We understand that our current fiscal situation as a university is tough. We are only as strong as our most vulnerable students. And right now, a lot of people are very scared. So we should all be doing our part to protect our undocumented community. We're here to ask the Senate to work with us to find a solution for funding for these essential resources for UCSB students and for workers. Whether that be through a HIP proposal or an allocation to the undocumented student services, these reserves should be spent, and this cause is the way to use it. Thank you.
I guess accepting questions.
Yes.
Senator Jean?
Yeah, I'm an international student, so really appreciate the work that I've done for the community here. My question is quick. What's your estimate that how can we like, in terms of like numbers?
Based off of allocations by CSUs and other universities across the nation, each university seems to allocate around $500,000.
But we are open to
Open to
discussing that further.
Senator Moise.
I have some questions about the logistics of your program that you guys are pitching. So you guys are pitching the Dream Fresh. How would an undocumented student sign up to get this? Like, how would that work?
Sorry, can you repeat
Like-
that last part?
If you're like, essentially, you guys are helping like undocumented students like get like basically more food benefits, like help them with food insecurity. How would an undocumented student get this like how would they sign up for this, or what is that process? Yes, but I wanna, well, if it's.
Okay, I'm happy to answer your question. The Dream Fresh grant has been a grant that's already been established
Can
prior.
we get your name?
I'm so sorry, I was just answering your question. Alina Santa Cruz, I'm a second year sociology major.
And is it?
ALINA. Santa Cruz is together.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Undocumented Student Services is a department here on campus that has already implemented the Dream Fresh grant. However, funding has been exhausted. This program has only existed for about a school year and funding has been exhausted for this program. It's dispersed through funding through financial aid through the award letters. It's not like the logistics of it aren't handing cash to it. It's through the financial aid award letter.
Senator Moise.
So if they're applying that through the Office of Financial Aid, can you run me down on exactly what every single application box?
It's not something you apply for. Students who are AB 540 eligible, which means that these are AB 540 is what you need in order to apply for in-state tuition as an undocumented student. There's already systems in place. You can search this up through Undocumented Student Services here on campus.
It's the Dreamers Act, correct?
AB 540, yes.
Thank you.
There's already logistics in place. You're not building a new system.
Yeah,
There's
I
already things in
understand.
place to do it.
Just wanted to see it like get a little bit, but thank you.
Additionally, our other two demands are a legal defense fund and funding by the scholarship.
Any further questions from the speakers? Seeing none, thank you. Appreciate your time. Can I have your name and how you spell it, please?
My name is Queen Allah, spelled like Queen, like end of the king, and then Allah, like
ALH.
yes.
Uh,
I'm a third year sociology major, applied psych minor, and I'm the other co-chair for the Black Women's Health Collaborative this year.
do you understand the speaking agreements?
I do, thank
Thank
you.
you.
I just wanted to say, let's just get into it. I want to start with the numbers. So our current operating budget for the 25-26 fiscal year was $90,000. It was an 11% reduction from the previous fiscal year, the 23-24. And after the budget hearing, which we all thought went well, clearly it didn't. That's why we're doing here. We were recommended $33,000. And on its face, it's already a significant over 65% recommended reduction. But when you look closer, 24,000 of that is fixed for honoraria. So that'll leave us with $9,600 for special costs. You know, the ADCRC, that's the African Diaspora Resource Center, gets $300, and we help them do programming. The OBSD hasn't even found a true sort of lead for that office. We help them do things. We got all the Black orgs and non-Black orgs do things on campus. So to program with $9,600, it's almost like it feels callous for us to receive that because, you know, you would assume, not speaking to anyone's sort of ideology or spending on the Senate, you would assume that, you know, administrative duties will require everyone to, you know, sort of have an organization of where the money is going. We've mentioned all the events we've done, and we don't have $10,000 to put towards the Black Beauty Expo, so you would infer that that money is coming from a budget. So to imply that money is not being spent because you guys don't see the money being spent when we keep our own numbers, we mentioned this at Budget Committee, it just feels sort of disrespectful that we were met with a recommendation of such drastic proportion. It's almost as if we disregarded the word of the people you have in your associated students as in RBCU. So just the lack of trust is a little disheartening as well. And then continuing on, this is not just a reduction, it's an effective removal of our ability to operate as a BCU on this campus. And what makes this especially concerning is the reasoning behind it. Much of this decision has been tied to administrative shortcomings, like meeting minutes, but we have been operating without consistent advising support. It's like causation equals correlation. If you don't have an advisor, I'm sure all of you can speak to this on the Senate, it is an extremely difficult, bureaucratic, dense process to go through these things, and to have us be students. We're coming in as second years towards third years on a campus where it's a less than 3% population of Black students coming to serve all of these bodies of people and women. Organizations like AS Program Board don't have to say we're white AS Program Board. Our organization shouldn't have to identify itself as Black Women's Health Collaborative. We should be here for women and non-men alike, but that's unfortunately not the situation we live in this country and this institution. And it's disheartening to see that when you take a minority group that's so small and then you tell them we're going to make you smaller after saying we hear you, we don't have any questions. Thank you for coming in. It's just a little disheartening. So our advisor was apparently went on leave, and despite requests after request, there was no replacement provided. And if there were replacements, they didn't respond to our emails, they didn't respond to our inquisition or things like that. So we're being held to bureaucratic standards that require guidance that wasn't given. How can you hold someone to a certain level of, competency or sort of standard if you don't even give them the tools to function at that level? That's why we're making not claims, we're stating that anti-Blackness is happening, because what else explanation for it? And we also would like to, not allude to any ideological things, but for a governing body to imply that a historic group or a group based around history has the same prevalence in sort of emotional impact as sort of historical impact, not to be like using puns, but to imply that there's an equivalency to that group being defunded towards the sole Black BCU and the sole one of its kind in the entire UC system is extremely disrespectful. And the fact that we've come to you all with these statements and we're being, bombarded with questions and comments and statements instead of being heard and just say, thank you for coming, we hear you, is a little disheartening as well. There's always an extra explanation required. Can I request more time, please, or move to request more time?
Senator Arno.
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes.
Thank
The
you.
motion to extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes. Senator Bakula. This motion has been moved and second right now discussion. Question's been closed. Are there any objections to call the question? Seeing none, question passes.
I just want to say, at the same time, we're a fully active organization. We didn't have any rollover because our funds are consistently used to support programming, events, and other Black student organizations on this campus. The work is being done and it's being done with impact and no support. So when a fully functioning organization that directly supports Black students' wellness is reduced to effectively $10,000 of usable funding, we have to ask, why is this really happening? I think these questions are fair, grounded, and important to be answered. Because whether intentional or not, the outcome reflects a broader pattern. It took a public statement, student organizing, and even comments from senators acknowledging discrimination within the associations, within the associated students, for this level of attention to be given support. This raises serious concerns. If our own governing body is coming to us and saying, we hear you, we understand that there is racialized discrimination happening, administrative bodies doing this, and that seems to be something lost on the rest of the Senate, that's also concerning. We have concerns about if our money hasn't been being moved around, whose responsibility is it on the governing body to track the money? That seems like that would be a natural course of action. If we aren't spending any money, and that's the reason our recommendation was, so dense, then there would be, some sort of transparency. But because things happen in closed door session, we don't get we get public meeting minutes, So that's also a concern as well. And I also want to say, organizations like ours exist because there's a gap in institutional support, while other units do not need to justify their existence through identity. We have no choice. But because this community we serve and otherwise is not fully supported, we have to do things like this. And many of you campaigned on improving this campus, on equity, on the same principles of the UC. We had people coming into our boardrooms asking us, how can we help? And then this is how we're treated. And it takes all of this. It takes statements. It takes news articles to be come and taken out for people to reach out. We've been doing this for 3/4 of a school year. And this is the first time we've been asked, how can we help? That's an issue. And I feel like BCUs should be getting this extension. At the State of the Union, it was made clear we didn't get contacted by the president. We didn't get contacted by any senators. And our liaison committee coming to events doesn't seem like the proper time to talk business because we're doing stuff for the broader, the broader community. So we shouldn't be expected to, take ourselves away from our already underserved community to sort of handle business that should have been handled at a different time. And because of nearly 70% reduction, and in reality, the near elimination of our program capacity is not proportional and is not equitable, we have to come and talk to a group of students who understand what it's like to be a student, who understand the challenge of being in an associated student's position and what that comes with. And we have to come here and be emotional, and we have to come here and be loud because we have not been heard in any other capacity. So there's an expectation here, I think, amongst, myself and everyone here to want action. We've been asked questions, we've been offered false questions in forms of statements so we can hear the perspectives of people that are in positions of power, that we also pay student fees. We also cast our votes to put you all in positions of power. And since we are granted that same position, but in a more limited capacity, we have to raise the bar for everyone involved. And that's just like how I feel about it. And I would also just like to say that we found the recommendation of $30,000 to be a 67% decrease in organization because to my knowledge, because there was an understanding that we had not spent our money, is a gross misrepresentation of the actual context required to understand the situation. If we went into that budget hearing and didn't say anything about where our money was, we sent them a personalized budget tracking sheet that we did on our own, so it was clear. So to just disregard all that information and then ask no questions just goes to show what else could it be? If not anti-Blackness, why does it walk like anti-Blackness, talk like anti-Blackness, and look like anti-Blackness? And if we're comparing the budget cuts to other AS organizations from less than 67%, then maybe that's a conversation we can have about what the actual reasoning is. But when you're left with nothing but your identity that you have to tie to an organization at a majority white institution where nobody else in their BCUs that's not identity based has to identify themselves as such, it's a problem. And that's all we're here to convey. So we ask that you in your recommendation, because you all are the final determinators of how the experience, the betterment, the joy of Black student bodies is going to exist on this campus. And what's extremely disheartening? I walked out of that budget committee hearing saying the budget you guys recommend will reflect how you guys feel about the importance of Black existence and Black experience on this campus. And they responded with like, don't threaten us with a good time. That's what that felt like. So it's almost like soul crushing that we have to come up here and do these things to fight for such a small body of people that extends out to everyone. We don't close our events off to solely Black students. We don't close our events solely off to women and non-men. We open this up to everybody, but instead of being met with sort of like, how can we make this bigger? We're being pushed into obscenity by giving us a laughable budget of $9,600 to operate with an entire program. I know none of you can understand what it's like to go to an institution where you can't go anywhere to do your hair because there's nowhere to find it. And when an organization like ours exists, when a young Black girl has to come to UCSB and think, how am I gonna, have a basic need? How am I gonna exist on this campus? And we have to explain to them, oh, this is what happens when you do. What are we left with? That's all I have.
Your time's elapsed. Are you?
Sure.
I'm going to yield chairship to the internal vice president.
Senator Harder's hand was up first.
No, I was gonna extend the speaker's time. Doesn't look like that's necessary. Yeah, I got you.
What's next?
Doesn't look like it's necessary though.
Thank you for coming. Great to hear you speak. Are you saying you wish currently that it was just health club and not Black? Or you're saying because of society it has to be Black?
No.
Like, are you asking for the change?
I'm not asking for the change. I'm just trying to highlight the fact that like program board, other BCUs on campus don't have to use their identity because they're inherently white. They don't have to say, oh, we're reaching out to all the student bodies on campus. They don't have to say, oh, like we're here as a safe space for white students, because that is already something that white students don't even have to consider when they're coming to schools like this. That's something that, incoming students that look like me have to think about when they're coming to campuses like this. And that's why we have to have the label of Black Women's Health Collaborative, because if I didn't know that, if it was just a wellness club, I wouldn't have felt welcomed or safe to go to that space. And that's why we're here. So for the next Black girl that comes to UCSB, they know that where home is, because that's necessary. Unless you think otherwise.
Thank you.
Manikova, Sussman, John.
Yeah, thank you for coming and thank you for, having this conversation. I think I realized my comment earlier. I had no ill intention and I realized it does come off as anti-Black, and I'm really happy that you guys did point that out. So I just want to say I'm really excited to learn more and chat with you guys. But my question is, if like one of the biggest issue right now is the staff, right? You guys weren't given appropriate help, and that led us to our decision based on just, bureaucracy, like you mentioned. So I guess like moving on, if you guys were to have your full budget, would you guys like be willing to dedicate a portion of that to staff or where like, cause we wanna make sure that the money is going towards the student too, right? Or do we need to like make a lock-in fee for you guys, so you guys are insured like a fee, so you don't have to do the budget cycle? I guess like what is some of the next step that you guys are hoping for?
I would say a lock-in fee doesn't sound like a bad idea at all, but also, like ISO, like to your first part of your question, would all BCUs be giving portions of their budget to staff?
Don't answer. Someone else answer.
Briefly answer the question?
Yes, all lock-ins get 20% and all non-lock-ins got 10%.
Oh, you said all lock-ins got 20% of their budget to, and all got 10%?
And non-lock-in 10% was a 10% allocated on top of their original budget, so it's not a cut, it's more.
So, like, not the 33,000 we were recommended, it's just a different 10%. Well, that would be unhelpful either way. So to take money, to give money.
Yeah, Susan?
Yeah, thank you for coming in, Quinn. I understand your frustrations to a certain extent. Again, cultural, you know, there are certain aspects which I certainly do not understand, as I'm not a member of the Black community, let alone a woman, as you can tell. But I have to ask, there have been significant hindrances on our side of the table. I've been up until 2, 3 a.m. I've got a midterm tomorrow. You know, I get it. I'm a student. And
There's no, it's chairs this question, just let it go on. We'll do like 2 more questions.
So I have to ask, kind of in response to the culture which I've seen within AS, which is just not enough support for the students. I wrote a bill which is hoping to accommodate that tonight, which is the department's bill. What that'll do is give you a department chair, which will help you with your minutes, your allocations, things of that extent. So that way, things like this don't happen again in the future. So that way, BCUs of all sorts, whether they represent Black women or history, have that ability. So would a student who has the ability to go through your minutes kind of guide you if you're lacking a staff member, again, which we have at times lacked as well, would that be helpful for something like BWHC?
I would obviously have to see, like, you know, obviously the finer details of the bill, you know, in politicians' nature to sort of give you the highlights. But I would say, like, on its face, that does definitely sound like something that we could have benefited from in our time. But yeah, again, like, to make a true determination and be like, oh yeah, like I would need to see like all that the bill entails.
Thank you.
Last one.
Yeah, it'll be very fast. May I ask which email did you send your internal allocation to? Because I promise it'll be very different. We have that allocation. Because in the budget here, we also asked.
Question?
Which email did you send your internal tracking of allocation to?
I think,
Ready to mirror too, no?
I don't, in response to the email that David sent of the original recommendation of the 33,000,
Yeah, David is not.
I think it was to David, I think.
Yeah, we don't have access, that's. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, I yield.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Chair, may I ask a question? If she's willing to talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Could I?
No.
Yeah, that's the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, just my name. Hi, did I hear?
I'm Sam
Sorry,
Dillon,
sorry.
I use all pronouns, and I'm the chair of the Living History Project. Do I get 3 minutes or is it only?
Can you say one more time, please? Could
I'm Sam Dillon, I use all pronouns and I'm the chair of the Living History Project.
you spell your last name, please?
DILLON.
Appreciate it. You heard the agreement before?
Yes.
Okay, is 3 minutes enough?
Yep.
Please proceed.
Today I'm speaking on behalf of the Living History Project's fiscal year 2026 to 2027 budget. Thank you guys for hearing me and thank you for the Office of the President for the recommendation. We appreciate their continued support. I want to start by addressing 2 things. First, since the LHP has become an example today, I want to say that while I speak personally and not on behalf of my board, I don't see how the Living History Project situation is even comparable to the severity of what the Black serving orgs, Black students, and our campus as a whole are at risk of losing. Without organizations like them that serve marginalized communities and ensures all sides of the story are heard, orgs like the Living History Project don't exist. Likewise, there seems to be a misconception that we are new. Our work is not new. We have been here since 2012. However, this year has marked a revival after a 3-year hiatus. LHP is in a unique position. After our hiatus, over the past 2 quarters, we have been rebuilding from the ground up and redefining how we operate as an archival body within the Associated Students. A large portion of our time has been spent advocating for funding, which limited our full scale of programming. Even so, we've still contributed to campus community. The absence of funding creates a real concern for us. Without funding, our work becomes limited, and it fundamentally changes whose stories are preserved. We risk only documenting organizations that already have visibility, or more importantly, have the funds to be visible, while others who are just as important and essential to our community are left out. Funding also allows us to pay our board members for their time, which we see as necessary for maintaining a diverse and representative team needed to do this work justice. I also want to note, because the LHP was dormant for 3 years and started with no budget this year, we have no receipts spent in history, which puts us at a disadvantage under the model Finance Committee used for their budget recommendation. It is easy to focus on the present, but I urge you guys to think about how we want to be remembered when our present becomes the past. LHP exists to ensure UCSB's history is preserved with intention. Thank you all for your time.
Sorry, you're accepting questions or not? Okay, senators? All right, thank you. Any other speakers?
Hi, my name is Cheyenne McGee. I'm a single mother of 2 little girls and a full-time pre-med student. I'm also a board member of BWHC. And I personally just wanted to,
Can we just the like formalities of it, could you spell your name, please?
CHEYENNE.
CHEYENNE.
MC capital GEE.
Brilliant. You heard the agreement from earlier?
Yes.
You agree?
Yes.
Is 3 minutes enough?
I'm sorry, what?
Is 3 minutes enough, or would you
Yes,
like it
that's
extended? Okay, brilliant, feel free.
Just a quick thing. I just wanted to talk about how much BWHC has supported me and my family. They play a huge major role in our lives. I bring my girls to our meetings as well. The sitting back and listening to some of the statements, I didn't like how it was mentioned that you guys have 5 advisors and you're cutting the budgets to gather more advisors, and yet I work with a lovely group of young college Black females who would manage to not only look out for their own organization, but basically finance and support the whole Black community with no advisor. And so I don't really like, that's not enough. I feel like all we've been hearing was excuses and excuses and excuses, and we don't want that. I don't want to sit here and talk to someone about, oh, let me tell you why it's like this and why we did that. No, it's hard and it's not fair. And then you don't take into account that we are also college students as well. Not only are we trying to uphold our mental health, but we're trying to excel in academia. And a lot of us don't come from privileged families and homes. I have nobody. I don't succeed. I have nothing. In my life, I have nothing. And like I said, BWHC has been a huge support system for me and my girls. I promise you, it is really hard to get 3 heads of hair ready in the morning before school. And you have nowhere we can find hair products or anything for our hair. And that's just one of the things. There's some times where I don't have enough funds for me and my kids to eat. And I get to go to BWHC. And not only do we have food, but we also have enough to take extra home. And so I also looked at the budget reports, and it's like, there's orgs that got what they requested, and the money that they asked for was more than last year. There's also orgs where they got a small budget cut. Ours is the biggest, most drastic budget cut that we got as well. And I just think that's not fair. Being someone who works hard for every little thing that I have for me and my children, and having to sit here in a place surrounded by privilege, it's at a point where I don't want to sit here and do this diplomatically. Like, it's at a point where now I just want to gather and do some sort of like radical justice and stuff. It's so mean, but it's not fair. And a lot of you, I could see you did not come. A lot of you, I can tell that your ancestors are not people who came from society, like your ancestors are not cisgender white males that within a certain tax bracket. Y'all aren't either. You know what it's like to struggle. You have dealt with these racial disparities, the classism, the genderism. You've experienced it. If you experienced it as well. And all I'm just saying is not fair, because what they do to us, they will most likely do to you, or have already done it as well. And that's it.
First off, thank you for coming. Will you accept any questions? You don't have to.
My first time doing it.
Yeah, no worries at all. You will?
Huh?
Do you want to? You absolutely don't have
Yeah.
to.
I'm
Okay,
open
sure.
to questions.
Nurse?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, again, hello. I think we only met like maybe once or twice. I guess my only question is, with these concerns, did anyone want to reach out to me, or it was maybe, yeah, I guess that's it.
My coach, all the concerns I've had, I talked to my coaches and they reached out. We've all reached out. We have the tracking, like we have a paper trail. Like, you cannot say we haven't reached out. We have.
Is like a general,
No, I guess.
Lee?
Hi, I just want to say thank you so much for coming. That was really moving to hear your experiences, and I'm so sorry that you haven't, and BWHC as a whole hasn't gotten the institutional support that you guys deserve and need. And right now, I feel like there are a lot of demands being like, not demands, but requests being like, hey, like you guys can come to us, you guys can reach out to us. And that shouldn't be the way. It should be two-way communication. So I just want to like ask you, like, what do you think, like, in this next week before our final budget hearings, or even just long term, how you can see Senate or AS supporting BWHC, the Black community better outside of institutional support, doing the bare minimum of making sure BWHC and like other entities have an advisor, making sure there's someone that's going to be in contact, not just expecting the Black community to reach out, but to us to reach out as well. Outside of that, how do you see the relation, like potentially the relationship, like as a student, like how would you like to be supported better, or like also as someone that's part of the BWHC board? But yeah, I just want to thank you so much for coming. I know this is a really intimidating environment to be in, so I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I guess just show up and show out. Like, our events is open to everyone. Like, just because we are labeled as Black Women's Health Collab, it is not strictly for them. Please come out, please talk to us, please ask us questions. We're pretty cool, fun people. Like, that would be great. And like, even if it means like another thing, share each other's Instagrams or social medias, LinkedIn's. Like, it's 2026. There are so many different forms of communication, social media platforms that we can keep in contact with each other, because I know life is so busy. And so we can't always just meet and be face to face. But that would be a great thing. Oh, first start. Like, that would be a great place to start. And then also more representation on the AS board, but I know that's kind of a lot to ask, but yes, it would be nice. That would be nice.
Yes. So initially, thank you again for coming. Sorry, I'm gonna ask another question. Regarding, again, I did iterate that I have been to your events. They're huge, they're amazing, they're really great. Went to the first one and then the Black Beauty Hair Care one. But I did see the concern about like, it is not the intention to discuss things while you guys are doing business and doing work. So I did send an email afterwards, and then we did have a meeting around February. And then after that, I did reach out several times asking if you guys still needed support, but I didn't receive a response. I'm just assuming that email may be not the best avenue. So is there any way, or whatever, is there any comfortable communication avenue that we could do, that maybe phone number might be too personal? Is Instagram fine?
Well,
Or yes?
Instagram is fine. And if that's the case, then you could also CC us on personal emails instead of just going through one. Is that okay?
Yeah, I do CC Fati, but if it's all of you, then I can.
And then another thing as well, like, you also have to understand that we are college students. Emails are constantly coming in and out. She's a co-chair and she's a STEM major, so I already know she has a lot going on. She probably, like, even if emails were sent out, it may have accidentally dismissed, just like how our emails may have accidentally been overlooked or missed as well. So I feel like it's not fair on our end for things to be like, oh, well, but we reached out, we did this and this, and we still have nobody back. We've been reaching out for forever. So we're both just pointing the blame, like, you know, it's a stomach. We can't really go nowhere if we're both blaming each other for the same exact thing.
I think that's the time. One last question for the speaker to your discretion. I'll pass the limit at that, Shuriken.
Thank you so much for coming in today. just to the body, I haven't spoken yet because I just wanted to hear. I didn't want to provide comment. So I'm just gonna ask a question because I know there's been concern about providing excess comment, which I agree. So obviously we're terming out soon, but I'm a second year student and I hope to continue to be active to support the student community, including my peers who are African American. And I want to ask long term, how can we help set up our colleagues who are going to be taking our seats soon for success in Black Women's Health Collective and also in the greater Black community in UCSB. Because personally, I know I want to continue the support. And I just want to ask long term. I know Senator Lee asked short term, which is great, but long term also. And I just want to say, if you're like because I know there's been a lot of like asking, and I realize that might be unfair at this point. So if that's not a comfortable question, then I would be happy to do the work on my end as well. But sorry, that was a long question, but.
Well, ultimately, secure our budget, like for the people coming in. I don't want this to be another situation that future incoming students have to face again, because a lot of us are graduating either next year or in 2 years too. And we just want to make sure that what we built is solidified and it stays at UCSB and it's not eradicated later on in the future. So yes, now make sure you get our budget, even if that is a locking fee, that would be greatly appreciated. But yes, and another little thing too as well, like I said, just come out, reach out, engage with your Black peers, because when you develop more interpersonal relationships, you feel more to want to like do right or give back and whatnot, blah blah. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Hello.
Didn't think I would be back. My name is Asuka Pinto, past chair of the Senate. I agree. The terms.
3 minutes suffice?
No, can someone extend my time, please?
By?
Sure.
By how much?
Oh, I thought you said 5. I'll do 5.
Wait, Liz?
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes. Is there a second? Molly Hees. Been a second. No discussion. Harder. Motion has been called. Just call the question.
What's that?
Any objection, consent? I'm sure you missed all of this. Feel free.
I really didn't. So firstly, I wanted to address the anti-Blackness in the room. There have been multiple individuals, even within this space, that are present right now that have contributed to levels of anti-Blackness through comments towards myself and past second pro tempore Alexa Butler, calling us aggressive, hard to work with, unwilling, stubborn, all of these things when we were trying to advocate for our community. So today, with everyone here, I bet that even if it is not completely conscious, that bias is within your minds because we are fed all of these things within the white supremacist institution. And everyone here is a consumer of Black culture, but does not take the time nor the effort to engage with Black peers. Why is that? I just wanted to say, in my time as chair, I put so much effort into understanding humanity above bureaucracy. And that is a campaign that I'm pretty sure most of y'all ran on. And if you didn't, now I hope it is a lesson to you that we are human beings serving other human beings. And especially when we're talking about marginalized students, they need more support because we already understand how the systems work against them, against us. I wanted to speak a little bit more on these like punitive methodologies for addressing BCUs and what their needs are within legal code, like the things that they need to comply. I think it's extremely reactionary to go ahead and cut people's budget without a proper conversation. During my time as chair, when I noticed minutes were not coming in, I would go out of my way to go to their meetings. Why? Because I care and because I realize people need the time and they need the support that advisors are clearly not giving them. Past Executive Director Marquez and I had several disagreements about this, but I think that there needs to be a more humanistic approach here. We need to start seeing each other as people deserving of time and energy. And that is something that has not been given to the Black community. And that extends beyond this room. That is something enacted by our entire university, by all of UCOP. Trust, I've had conversations with half of them. So I think that as people that are rewriting policy and legal code, y'all need to go in with a more humanistic understanding and rewrite some of it. I heard that there is something on the agenda for today that hopefully addresses that, but I would suggest even rereading that and taking into consideration the fact that we are all students under extreme deadlines. Like, what is 10 weeks? Like, what do you mean we're receiving a quality education in 10 weeks? That makes no sense. And also, the lack of advisor is something that y'all need to take on more seriously going in the future. That is something that I did not let deter my actions, nor my senator's actions. If I noticed that a senator liaison did not have the capacity to do something, what would we do? We would go and figure it out. You need to stop limiting yourselves to your positions. Y'all are part of a group that is needing to work together as a community to fulfill your ultimate duties as a Senate. So on top of that lack of advisory, where did the $2 million go that we allocated last year towards staff? That is an actual question that I would like to get answered, maybe in the answer portion of that. And you know, I've been receiving all of my emails and I've been looking at what y'all are doing. I've been watching the minutes. And I have yet to see where that money is going, and to see a Black organization on top of that get absolutely slashed instead of having an in-person conversation. Like, going to events is not enough. Reaching out via emails is not enough. That is performative. You are not showing up and addressing the community that you are supposed to be serving to their face on their time. That is your job as senators, as members of the association. It is fundamental to your roles here. Understanding Robert's Rules of Order doesn't mean shit compared to actually serving a community. And then on top of that, I just wanted to say that the lack of conversation is really astounding. The whole point of us changing the legal code so the chair of the finance committee or vice chair could also sit within Senate, that was on purpose to avoid confusion, yet there's still confusion even in this room. I would suggest having more conversation between all of y'all, because clearly there is something lacking here. And then on top of that, there's more lack of transparency to the entire community. Like, I don't really know like what's going on here, but the level of reactivity was just like not warranted at all. If there is a lack of communication, you resolve it by what? Starting more lines of communication, which I see y'all have done over email, but if that's not being responded, y'all need to be more active. There needs to be action. We are tired of words. We are tired of performativity. We are tired of our university promising and promising and promising only to take away. Y'all should all know also the amount of cuts that are happening to our student resource building as a whole. Y'all should know the amount of grants and all of those things that were meant to be equitable that are now being cut. DEI also being cut. These things disproportionately affect our community. And y'all should have an understanding of that as representatives of the student body. But yet I stand here today, where are our Black student representatives? Where are they? Where are our culturally competent advisors? Because even in our last advisor, they were not necessarily equipped to manage our Black community members in a way that actually met their needs. They instead sat back and let it all unfold. There's been a serious neglect to Black community members, not only by the association, but again, like, it is a larger thing that y'all need to understand better coming into your roles. And it is something that I pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed during my time. And maybe I was authoritarian, maybe I was seen as a dictator, but ultimately I just wanted people to be seen. I wanted everyone in the room to feel understood and heard in the way that I felt I did not have a voice as my time as a student, but also as a member of the association for 3 years. Also, I just wanted to say, The events that BWHC and Raíces bring to the community offer an opportunity for neglected communities to create safe spaces, which even in this room is not possible. Which even by our media is not possible. Every single space is hostile. So I hope that y'all really take what Queen said seriously. The reason why we have this org is to address the needs of our community that would otherwise go completely neglected. And also, I don't know, retention rates for Black people in this association as a whole are atrocious. We never come back because we feel extremely unheard. We never come back because we understand this is not a fucking safe space. Y'all don't understand people above numbers. This no longer becomes an association serving students. Y'all are demanding funding for, I don't know, just like random things. And it just, I don't know, I'm just really astounded because I felt like I left AS feeling so incredibly sad for my experience because I knew what was to come. Everyone that I served with, I'm incredibly proud of them, and I'm incredibly proud of all of the infrastructure that we have built, but to see all of that torn down and have all of these matters not addressed, especially under such a hostile presidency, is egregious.
Thank you. Speaker, that's time. Will you accept?
I don't even.
I wasn't here for the beginning of the discussion. Maybe this was covered, but I have to say that in our standing rules, which was the case of the last Senate as well, it stated that ad hominem and speculation of intentions are strictly prohibited under any.
Done to me. I'm quoting something.
Anything, I think the vast majority of what you said was about people's jobs, completely fine. If we can all, senators and speakers alike, if we can just maintain that distinction between ad hominem and things that are institutional and about people's roles, that's very important to keep this constructive. Senators, any questions? Good sworn. Yeah.
Yeah. My previous IVP, Pinto, I don't know how to address you, I apologize.
I don't want to be called IVP anymore. I'm a
Okay.
person.
Regardless, just two questions, if okay. Was it the 75th Senate that made the liaison committee, or was it prior Senates?
No, it was a prior Senate. I believe it was 74th when they did the rework.
And the structure for the 75th Senate for Senate liaisonship, it was each individual person reach out to 2 or 3 BCUs to work with? Or?
No, we had a group of Senate liaisons and I believe interns that served as liaisons and would reach out and go to the meetings on their own time. And that was managed by then Senator Ganesh. But we encourage people to go in person for a reason, because we understand that a screen creates a barrier. We need to have real connections with people so we can establish trust. Going to events is performative at best. I mean, we see the way that politicians function. They'll go to all of these events to seem like they're supporting someone. But when push comes to shove, when it's actually time to get down to where the money is going, where the support is going, all of that goes out of the window. It becomes something for the press and something to make nice rather than actually supporting people. So I just want you to have an understanding of what that looks like. I'm not saying that is a bad thing. I think that y'all should definitely come to our event, especially Roots and Rhythms. I will be performing. But other than that, there needs to just be more action. There needs to be more humanity. I understand that maybe I'm a bit older than y'all and I'm not a lot, but y'all need to step away from the screen and be with people and feel what that community needs, because you can feel that when you go in the room. There's a reason why every time there's Black Beauty Expo, the line is out the door for miles, babe. And you know what? And there's still something for people at the end of the day. Nobody leaves home with nothing. So that is very important. It is a crucial event that needs to happen multiple times a year, not just once or twice a year. This is a consistent need. That's also why I pushed for our AS Marketplace to have Black healthcare in general, like having beauty supply, having holistic products that address our needs. because most of the things within our community have like preservatives and BHT in them, and that's another environmental justice thing that our community has to face.
So we're almost out of time. Is the only, okay, I guess the two of you have motions, Molly's, Jung, and we'll keep it at that.
Moment. By the way, hello, Allison. Thank you for coming. Portal Center has offered to help provide Black women's hair and beauty products. Do you recommend any other AS places to distribute these products other than BWHC events to help assist the distribution of these at all times?
Yeah, so a project that I was actually working on with the Crown Collective before I termed out was going through the AS Marketplace, going through Pardal Center, and talking to the USEN people a little bit more because nobody uses Cantu. Nobody uses Cantu for a reason. They changed their formula and I was just, it don't work for nobody. But I would suggest looking at all of our storefronts here in not only within the university, but the Isla Vista community, and advocating for that as representatives of our student body.
Yeah, may I just ask a really quick question, just structural, since you have more experience, definitely more than me, I just joined us here. In terms of the finance committee procedures, in your opinion, is it better that, because I learned that the budget recommended by finance committee was not published in recent years, and this year's we did try to be more transparent about publishing it, but to push for more transparency, is it better that we just don't do closed session anymore for any budget deliberations, including Senate Finance Committee and whoever's deliberating?
Yeah, I think it should be completely public unless there's something sensitive. I know in the past, there have been conversations that have maybe could have led to some sort of like backlash, but it is way easier to start those conversations earlier before everyone from the community has to pull up and take times out of their busy days to just like come and talk to y'all and then have the same answer repeated to everyone. You know, clearly frustrated. It is way easier to start that conflict immediately rather than wait and let it simmer and then it gradually worsens and people become more and more reactive, which is ultimately what I think ended up happening. I believe that conflict is an opportunity for intimacy and understanding and growth. And that is something that you all as student representatives should be very, very familiar with. And I hope that you can all see this as an opportunity to like not only understand, but like grow your perspectives on yourselves and how to better show up for other people. And that's ultimately all I wanted in my past chairship. That's all I want out of everyone. But also understanding the inequities of it, why you need to put more work because institutionally we are so deeply neglected. That is also fundamental. Like maybe with a lot of the orgs that you support, they already have that sort of like white privilege where they don't have to go through the same type of impact. But with communities that do have to go through that, there just needs to be more communication.
Thank you.
I don't have much to say. I know we're like.
No, yeah, you're fine. I think, so public forum is it's supposed to be an hour and 30 minutes. We can extend it if you want. Yeah.
I just want to have like questions for you guys, and then like just a statement to, I guess, like wrap up everything.
Yeah, you can obviously speak, yeah. What's your full name?
Amaya Boyd, AMAYA BOYD.
D?
Yeah.
You heard the agreement before?
Yes.
So does 3 minutes suffice?
Yes.
Feel free.
Okay, just a little bit of background about myself. I'm a second year, I'm a double major. I work in the African Diasporic Cultural Resource Center, which is underneath EOP, and kind of like what Fati stated earlier previously in the meeting, we only get $300 a school year, so the $100 for each quarter. That's supposed to give us money for programming and just different things for student retention and outreach. It's really, really hard, you know, to plan any kind of event with just $300. Black Women's Health Collaboratives has helped me do a lot of my events. I've only done 2, but the events that I've done, they've fully funded and they've helped me. I did a Make Your Own Hair Oil event, which had a really successful turnout rate. And then I'm also doing an upcoming Family Feud event. So just things like that that have obviously, you know,
did a lot of retention and holding back within the Black community. I think I really wanted to speak on to what a lot of the students were saying about not feeling seen or heard. I know that you guys are obviously listening to us now and you guys are like working to, I guess, find a resolution, but it just kind of sucks knowing that, the Black Women's Health Collaborative budget was cut. Considering all the events and the turnouts are always really high, they are providing you guys with the numbers and everything. And then, some little birdies are going around saying that there are other orgs who rented out a yacht, and they still have their funding and stuff. So it's just a little tricky. And I think to really, really emphasize like what it does to students here, we already don't have a director for the Office of Black Student Development, which is severely understaffed. There's supposed to be 8 people in positions. There's only 2, and one of them is about to graduate as a grad student. So we're really down to 1. With that being said, we don't have the proper resources. We don't have the proper funding there. You guys are trying to take 67% of their budget. And I feel like, it does take a toll on us as students. I know you guys are saying, you reached out to Fati personally, but Fati is not the only point of contact. If she can't reach, try someone else. And I just think at the end of the day too, like, I'm going to end up transferring because I just feel like, there's so many things going on in the Black community that have been unanswered since before my time here as a student. And it just really, really sucks to see us, just keep getting pushed around. And I feel like all of these women who are sitting here have worked really hard to maintain Black Women's Health Collaborative. And I'm in no way trying to attack you guys, but if you could find a solution rather quicker than later, because we are, running out of a lot of resources. We are just down to Juliana Swiley and the OBSD. We don't have much time left to, I guess, come up with the missing patches that we are now facing. And I just feel like my question to wrap this all up is, what do you guys see for a future? And what do you think would be a positive outcome to this? Because obviously we are trying to get our full funding back, but if that's not applicable, what do you guys think would be, I guess, something that could suffice those needs? Because like we said, we do need funding. We do need to be able to maintain the events that we keep going, because obviously Roots and Rhythms is something really great. I will also be performing at that, but Roots and Rhythms is something really great. So I just feel like, in order for us to continue having retention and to raise our graduation rate, because our graduation rate already at UCSB is an 80%. And then within Black students, that is, I'm almost done. Within Black students, the graduation and retention rate is 65%. So I just feel like, we genuinely, well, I'm still here because I'm about to leave, but while I'm still here, for the rest of this remainder of this quarter, I would really like to see some outcome for the future generations. And I would like to see some positivity. If you guys need records, I'm sure that they have that, but in terms of the 67% budget cut, I just think that there has to be some kind of answer to that, and there needs to be something done to either reform it or just fix the system that you guys have set up so that it doesn't happen.
I've noted just a few things. I'm glad you brought up the yacht story. This is good to get out there. So there was an entity which indeed rented out a yacht and expected the association to pay for it. That did not happen. That's ridiculous. We're not paying for anyone to go on any boat. Especially a luxurious one thing. And we're usually like, our rules don't really allow for questions and answers, but like, I think this is the one chance we get to speak in one room, so I'll look the other way. Mohis and then John, please.
Hi, thank you so much for coming here. I have a question for you, and I don't want you to take this in any way that is like not I don't have no malintention. I want to help and support you guys. I want to ask what you care about more. Do you care about more about Black Women's Health Collaborative representation in AS, which is very difficult? Or do you care about maximizing the potential money that you can get and representing Black women here on campus? The latter, because I can help with the latter. I can't help with the former anymore.
Right. I believe that's a really good question, actually, and I appreciate you for, clarifying your intentions behind it. I believe that honestly, it's a mixture of both. I think we do need the representation because, not to be disrespectful or anything, but looking at Period, it is a little intimidating being the only Black woman and looking at a mix of people who do not look like me. I'm not gonna hold you, I'm shaking, but being honest with you, I just really feel like, all the help that you can have with the latter, it is really great. I feel like that could be a start, but we do need more representation in general. It shouldn't be up to just Faki and Queen and Paris and Cheyenne and everyone else inside of Black Women's Health Collaborative, to do the part of the advisor. I know you guys are very limited with advisors, but if we can get that representation, it would be great. So just have that, I guess, in the future. But in terms of what we want now, I believe it's just the funding and the increases so that we don't have to worry about being stressed out about not having hair care and not having events and not being seen and not having certain things to do, just wanting to unwind. So things like that.
I'm offering to help you guys outside, if you want to speak to me after public forum, and I'll be glad to see what I can offer you.
Okay, I mean, I'm not part of Associated Students Black Women's Health Collaborative, but I can take a message and I'm friendly
I
with
can
all of
help.
them. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming, and that was also part of the proposal that we're trying to achieve with the internal specific founding account specifically for the Black community. And I'm just hit me with another idea that I was kind of trying to inquire like you guys' opinion on this. Is that because finance committee also do general funding requests for across campus orgs at the same time as you guys are supporting the campus orgs. I believe a lot of works that people have been mentioning and the finance committee have been supporting our portion of it. In terms of like increasing budget, I was wondering, does that like, maybe separating our finance committee budget, like to Black Women House Collaborative budget, does that like, in terms of like helping more or like helping less in terms of efficiency and allocation of funds to where the community actually need it?
That's actually a really good question, but I'm gonna have to abstain answering because it's not a part of my organization.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're out of time, but you asked a few questions.
Future.
Right?
I
I'm
have.
assuming you want to hear from them on that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was just more so like, what are you guys as like the board of AS, like, what are you looking to do now? Cause I'm sure you don't want to sit up here and keep talking about this. So what is it that you guys are looking to do in order to alleviate this so that it doesn't continue on? And I feel like, we don't really want to leave here empty handed. I feel like we kind of want some kind of rejuvenation to what's been taken away. And if you could have like, not an explanation, but more so of something that suffice or like cover up those fees that have been taken away.
I think Wang was first.
Thank you so much for coming here. As other people have already spoken on the finance matters, I want to talk a bit more about the representation, which of course is really important, and it really sucks that we're already in election week. Otherwise, I would so want to help you guys get elected. But the important thing to note over here is that with the senators, we're seeing empty positions, as in there's literally nobody to fill that position. For example, with the international senators, there are 2 spots. There's only 1 person running. Obviously, that space is open. College of Engineering senator, also open. 3 on-campus senator positions, also open. So we can absolutely be appointing people next year. And I absolutely want to help you guys get appointed. So if we could exchange like contact information outside maybe later, so I can help you guys get appointed for next year, that'd be awesome.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Be clear, that's unrelated to any campaigning whatsoever. It's just an institutional thing, not a quid pro quo in any way at all.
Yeah.
Please. Sure.
Hi, thank you so much for speaking. I've just been writing down some short-term and long-term things that I think would be helpful, obviously, like if this is just suggestions. And I'll make this brief, but tonight, obviously, we'll take into consideration Evan's bill, Senator Sussman was the guy who left earlier.
Okay.
And then next week, week 5 is the budget deliberation, so I think this community turnout again would be very very important.
Okay.
So I would say that. I would say also, I think, and again, this is not helpful at all, but I think it would be helpful to look at this from also like we're not getting support at the AS staff level. Let's go to like the professor and academic level to like provide that that argument as well. I've taken Professor Strongman's class in Black Studies and he's amazing. I think he could really help us out with this. So I think there's obviously a big gaping hole in support, and I'm very, you can hear the emotion in my voice. I'm very like emotional about that, but I think that if we just got to go somewhere else because we can't wait at this point. I think. And then looking in terms of next year, I think also I'd be happy to help set up meetings with senators that are running for the position to see if they would be like willing to keep this argument going, keep this like make this a long-term safety net so we don't have to do this again.
Yeah.
Because obviously this is like wow, yeah. And then so that's my short term. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that sounds really good, honestly. I don't want it to be a continued conversation. So yeah.
Absolutely. And then so for long term, I would be interested to look at other UC campuses because I remember reading in the Word magazine specifically about, they had a story about the lack of support for Black students on this campus. And I keep thinking of that story as we go through this conversation. So zooming out campus-wide, that might be a EVPSA like conversation. And we have some really great people running for that, so that's good. Let's see, and then again, just making like a long-term safety net so that we don't have to have this conversation again, and that not just Black Women's Health Collective, but the whole, because sorry, my thoughts are very scattered, but this serves a huge part of the student body. And I think like we have to systematically restructure things so that all of us can come out of this situation stronger.
Yeah.
So those are my main thoughts. I'm gonna go outside. I'd love to talk to you and chat with you guys. I just have some like scribbles, like this is all I have right now. But yeah, I hope that's helpful, and I hope that you can come out of this meeting with a little bit more hope than you came in with.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think I'm good.
We're well over time, right? Okay, thank you so much.
Yes,
for coming.
thank you.
Do you have any other speakers? We're like nearing that hour and a half thing, but we can, okay. Your full name, please?
Aaliyah Miller, ALIYAH, and then Miller like the beer.
Did you hear the agreement earlier?
Yeah, I agree with everything.
Is 3 minutes enough?
Sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
Is 3 minutes enough?
Yes.
Okay, feel free. Start whenever that is.
Okay, can I start whenever?
Yeah.
Okay, good evening. My name is Aaliyah, and I'm here to speak in support of the Black Women's Health Collaborative. I'm not a member, but I do attend your guys' events, and they're very lovely. I want to be clear, this is not just about funding. This is about people, about community, and about real impacts these decisions have on students' lives here. UCSB's Black student population is represented by 5%. So that's not a lot of percentages, and most of you, we all kind of know each other. Organizations like the BWHC create space where Black students can feel supported, understood, and cared for mentally, physically, and emotionally. And I want to acknowledge that we are here, or I am here, during midterm week, taking my time away from my academics and my responsibilities to care about my community's well-being. Because decisions that should protect and support students are instead putting that support at risk. That should not be a burden placed on us. When funding decisions disproportionately affect organizations that serve Black students here, it raises serious concerns about equity and access. These spaces are not optional, they are necessary. They allow students to connect, to grow, to navigate a campus environment that is not always built with them in mind. So by limiting resources for these organizations doesn't just reduce programming, it reduces opportunity for belonging. It makes it harder for students to find community and to fully engage in campus life here. I ask that you take a thoughtful and intentional look at these impacts that these decisions are making and what they signal to the students that you represent. As Toni Morrison reminded us, don't let anybody convince you this is the world, this is the way that the world is, and therefore must be. It must be the way it's ought to be. This is a moment to choose what this campus ought to be, and to choose equity, to choose support, and to choose to invest in students who rely on spaces like the BWHC. Thank you for your time.
Will you accept that? Will you answer any questions?
Sure.
Okay.
Any questions? Right.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. Can we get your full name, please?
Yeah, first name's Seba, SEBA, last name is Mohammed, MOHAMED.
Did you hear the agreement earlier, speaking agreement?
No.
So you have 3 minutes to speak with 3 minutes for Q and A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Speculation of senators' intentions is prohibited and may result in you being removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it'll be graphic. You may only come up once and you may choose not to answer any questions. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Is 3 minutes enough?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, feel free.
I'm basically just here to add on to the importance of what BWHC does. I'm a community engagement intern through the Office of Admission, and a lot of my work is outreaching to prospective Black students, so that way we can increase our small percentage here on campus. And just having the opportunity to see the work that BWHC does for all these organizations and students here on campus is so important. Because when we're trying to highlight how great UCSB is, it's really hard to be like, oh, we have a space for you, when the resources for these spaces are constantly getting attacked. And that might be a little harsh, but essentially what it comes down to is just like decreasing that funding. It affects all organizations. I work with the East African Student Association. I work with the Nigerian Student Association. I work with Black Student Union. And BWHC essentially supports all these organizations tremendously. Because of them, so many events have been going on to like support community, to engage community. And without them, that's like a severe loss that can happen. Not saying that that's the conclusion, but just to add importance and need for the money that they have. And just to take away with that would be harming the Black community and harming future students coming here. Because when students are looking at schools, they want to see that there are spaces for them on campus. They want to see that they can find community. They want to see that they can make friends who look like them, who are from the same backgrounds as them. And to be like, hey, we have that, and not have that, it kind of sucks. Because it's like, I want to bring more faces to these schools. I want to bring more people who look like me, who are from similar backgrounds like me to the school, but I can't do that without the support and resources that they need to be able to flourish and thrive, to support the greater community of Black students here at UCSB. Because we don't want to stay a small percentage. It's not fair that all these other percentages are above 20%. The Asian American student percent is above 25. So I'm like blanking on I'm also a tour guide, so facts. But white Americans here are over 30%. Hispanics is 28%. Every other ethnicity except Pacific Islanders and Native Americans are above 25%. And that's not fair because we're only at 6%. That's not fair. And to be able to grow that rate, we need more, and we need more support than what we're given, because students are getting so stretched thin because they're constantly, one, having to be a student, having to put on these events, and now having to advocate for more when they're in jeopardy of getting it taken away. It's not fair. And it's really hard to sell a school being a tour guide and an intern for the Office of Admissions when I don't have much to sell. So, thank you.
And thank you for citing your sources as well.
You know, I took a test. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know like so many things about this school, like percentages, how many students are in the College of Engineering, Letters and Science, Creative Studies, what they offer, different majors. It's like a whole test we take every year. And you gotta get it 80%.
80%, that's no.
Yeah.
Okay. Will you accept any questions?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, Senator, feel free, Dan.
Hi, I'm actually just curious, do you know what what's the Pacific Islander percentage? And then is there a, sorry, I
It's
know.
1%.
And then the distinction, is there a South Asian and Southeast Asian
Yes,
percentage?
they're considered within just the broader, Asian community, which is 27%.
Okay.
And Hispanics is 28. White Americans is about, I think, 30, 31. I'm off on that. And then Black people, of course, is 6%. But yeah.
Just one.
I'm sorry, I hate to ask, is there any specified like percentage for Middle Eastern students?
Again, they fall into technically a lot of times Middle Eastern do fall in.
Sorry. Is speaker's floor. Do you want to answer that?
I'm pretty sure if Asian American and Middle Eastern fall in the same percentage.
With Asian Americans?
Yes.
Okay.
I
It's like it's weird because they don't get nitty-gritty.
I'm just out of curiosity.
Sorry, it's okay.
I don't mean to quiz you or anything.
No, I know, I get it. It's like a curiosity
Just-
question.
So we can move this conversation.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Hi, Siva.
Okay, so.
Guys, it's good to see you outside of Starbucks. We're coworkers.
Game right here.
Yeah. So when you give a tour,
Yeah.
And you're talking about like the Black community at UCSB, like what, I guess, where do you doubt what you're saying the most? Like what gives you the most doubt when you're trying to talk about the Black community to like a prospective
Yeah.
Black student?
I would say the most doubt is one, the resources, because obviously, as previously mentioned, for our Office of Black Student Development, right now, we're only gonna have one advisor as we know of right now. So it's just like, that's a main office that provides resources in terms of like student life, in terms of funding for organizations, just help with organizations, academic achievement. So I can't really say like, oh, like we have really great resources catered to you, because it's like, it's one. And then like, again, the organizations itself as well, it's like, I don't know what to say within the news coming up where you guys are threatening to cut their funding. It's like, oh, we throw on such great events. How do I know if that event's gonna be here next year when there's a threat to it, you know? It's not really like, yeah, because I know. It brings need and it brings the need of attention.
Thanks for coming.
Or tomorrow, if they're working.
We have time for one more. We can also. All right, thanks so much for coming. We appreciate it. There any other speakers? No? Okay, before we move on, I don't know if people are sticking around for, so if we, please, if we can have one conversation once. So the budget process will not be dealt with this week. We're gonna do it next week at the Pardall Center, because the Pardall Center lets us stay for unhealthy amounts of time, whereas here, if you can please have conversations outside, please. Whereas here you have to leave by 11. So I suppose there's not any like immediate utility to that, but you can obviously stay as long as you want. Just if I can highlight one thing, is that the only difference between this, like what happens in this room and every other entity in the association is that people here are elected by students directly, whereas obviously entities have their own internal elections appointed by the elected officers, which is important for a few reasons. One, this is not like the association is not here. This is not Associated Students, and BWC is not or is external to that. We're all part of one association with all its malfunctionings and everything. Like you are as much a part of the association as we are in every way, is one thing. And secondly, there is no like obscure selection process or process of being appointed. Obviously, if there are empty seats in the Senate, you would have to be appointed, but these are all elected positions, and we have trouble getting enough people in the first place. We have tons of trouble getting a Senate that represents and looks like the campus it's supposed to serve. I come from an ethnic community with 5 people on this campus. I've been knocking my head against several walls for the last few years, like trying to get people to run. It's not easy, so I understand the difficulty of it, but this does not have to be the case. This can absolutely be changed with enough effort, with enough investment. And I appreciate you all coming, whether you're part of BWC or not. Our legal code, our constitution speaks about members of the association, and those are not positions, so people who hold positions. Every undergraduate student who pays fees is a member of this association, and you've used, obviously, your right to free speech and to participate in that process here. Thank you for coming. And of course, you're free to stay as long as you want. I will delegate chairship to Senator Jones for a second.
Yeah.
I'll hit you up.
Chair? No. I'm chair right now, but like, actually hey, senators, we're not in recess yet. Yeah, senators, if you're a senator, please.
Just relax for a second, though. Just relax.
All of the air.
Okay, just wait like 5 seconds, because like there's a lot of important shit going on. Yeah. Yeah. Call it and.
Oh, sorry.
I have been telling you. We're not supposed to.
We're so racist right now. Racist right now.
You guys can hear it? On Zoom? Hello?
Yes.
We just talked about before and stuff. Okay, let's move and take some reports. Do we have any chance with representatives? Maybe see if you want to speak, of course, no pressure.
No, nothing tonight. You've had a long meeting. Thank you.
Get that. UCPD, GSA, Youth Center Governance, IVCSD. Cool. ASUCSB reports, admin committee reports, boards and commission reports, unit reports, president's cabinet reports, executive directors reports. Okay, Sean, we know this agreement by heart. And minutes it is. You got it.
Right, I'll be quick. Space wise, not much new to report. DCSB, main office, annex, not a ton of new news on the disability center upstairs. We're hoping on some soon. And just a reminder that 410 State Street Forum is still open. So I don't know whether or not you want to get together as a group to do something or just on your own submit something with the suggestion of what UCSB can do with the gigantic space that used to be Staples. That's downtown. So, I mean, it's in a pretty nice location. It's close to the beach, it's close to the funk zone. It would be a good resource for something. So, and the university doesn't know what to do with it. So if you have good ideas, they'll listen. And especially because also we have some money. And so I think, not to be reductive here, but we can put some money into it, right? As part of it to section things off or revamp it. So I think that could help, not guarantee, but reserve some of that space for what our student needs might be. So that's why I want to recommend really filling out that form. Staff-wise, the student government liaison position search is live. Lily sent out a form to Exec Senate. So if you would like to earn extra honoraria and be on that committee, that search committee, please respond to her. Elections. This has been my life for the past 20 years, but also for the past couple of weeks. Please get out the vote as much as you can. As of 4 p.m., I have updated numbers, but it's not that much new. As of 4 p.m., this is what's on the website, right? Every day at 4 p.m., I will go on the AS website and the election site and update it with the turnout. So it's always there. Undergraduates, 1,570 have voted and that is 7.3%.
Sorry.
Graduates are at 7.15%. So pretty close. That's very bad. So that is a little bit lower than last year, and last year was took a record amount of time. So, and I have felt pretty good about the communications and things this year. And there's been a lot of signs out, and I see people Storkies out there whipping up the vote. So I see a lot of things. So I don't know what's going on. I'm not trying to explain it, but just know that it's almost impossible that it's going to finish tomorrow. So just please get out the vote as much as possible. I don't like to drag it on. I'm sure none of you do, especially if you're a candidate, because it just keeps going on. And when is it going to end? So at some point, the elections board will probably extend it. Just know that for now. So I think part of it also, we started with 72 candidates declaring. We're down to 38. And one person has even dropped since then. So they're on the ballot, but they're dropped. So software fixes that for us. We're pretty smart about the software. We built the software or edited it from Berkeley and open sourced it. And if someone drops it, but they've already declared and they're already on there, we can just put a line in a configuration file and they drop and their second choice votes count, right? So it's doesn't break anything. And there's one write-in candidate for one of the positions. I believe it's on campus. So they get any amount of votes. They part of the equation too. Endorsements should be live. I know there are some issues with that. I'll check in with the elections board in case any have still not popped up. And then we resolved the issue with the on statements and everything. So that ended up converting to fiscal impact statements as opposed to con statements. So everything, it's all in the supplement, so it looks good. And then the only other thing I have on here, there's been a lot of talk of budgets tonight. So Leanne's gonna talk about her budget. And I hope all the presentations and things will motivate people to do their research on the budget process and look at the minutes from the budget hearings and look at the videos if you need to just educate yourselves on everything, because next week, that's you. Right, so next week is a very long meeting, and I think just a couple of us that were there last year, and we were there for a very long time. I think, was it 1:30? It was 1:30 or 2, something like that, right? So make that time less expensive by doing some of that homework ahead of time. And I appreciate that Leanne has a rationale section for hers, and I would encourage the Senate to do that as well. For any of the areas that aren't, funded within a certain number of what they requested. It's within 10, 15% or whatever, it's like, okay. But if it's more than that, then maybe there just needs to be some kind of explanation so that when you present it, it has context. And things with context helps prevent misunderstandings. And kind of jolt some conversations. That's all I've got. I have elections brain, so apologies.
Thanks, Sean. Gotta say one thing. A lot of the elections website has been functioning better, but still no endorsements. Or very few of the endorsements are up there.
Okay, I'll check with the elections board because they're the ones who go through and approve because there's like a queue. And basically they have to confirm, like, are you a representative of this group? Yes, you are. Then you can go live.
Wayne was first.
Yeah, speaking on that subject of endorsements, I think maybe the problem is let me just give an example. I went to look at endorsements, and then I was going through the candidates, and then there are 3 EMONs because I think every single year somebody runs, they get their name on. So if somebody tries to endorse you, but you've ran before, then they might just be endorsing you from last year, and then it's not going to show up.
Right, yeah. Unfortunately, right now, there's no way to avoid that, but we can check to see if it ended up in the old one. I did a brief check, and it was ending up in the new one for people. But if they didn't select EMON 3, then if they select EMON 2, it just puts the number up. Because if they've been in there, if they run before, then it pops up because it's a search. Because if it was a drop down, we'd be there forever scrolling for the person's name. So it's a search instead. And so that's just a limitation of the software and a limitation of my time.
There's only one EMON.
Yeah, I want to second Jasmine's point. I've also faced this issue because I was trying to endorse other candidates, and I was like, whoa, their name is multiple times when I searched them up. And I don't know which one to check because the bar is very small and I can't extend the bar or anything. And so I want to make sure that's the case. Also, how do you guys, I have a few questions maybe in one. How do you guys check that a representative, is a true representative of the association of the org that they're not associated? And so I've been contacting, for example, organizations and telling them hey, fill out this form if you want to endorse me. And then they tell me oh, we filled the form out, but obviously I'm not seeing them on there. So I'm not sure if they've been getting flagged in the system or something like that, because they're clearly not showing up on my endorsements or anything. I don't want to, I know I'm repping, I don't want to but I don't know if they failed the check or something to see if they actually represent the organization or what's going on.
Everything goes into a queue, so nothing goes live immediately, right? And for endorsements, it just goes into a queue. Then elections board chair checks it. They'll email the people. I don't know if they'll look at the websites or the RCO groups, whatever on Shoreline. I don't know what their process is. And then check. And then when they hear back that look and confirm that is the case, then they'll press yes. That's my understanding of their process.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Is this crucial?
It's regarding the same question a little bit as a clarification. Do you think you can check and specifically what their process is for that? Because you just said multiple things, you're not sure if they check the website or they check how to clarify that person actually represents them.
I can get clarity, yeah.
Okay, yes, that'll be great.
Nicole.
Thank you, John. So I just had a question. So I know there's supplement info on AS, fees specifically, and supplemental information on the Safe Student Fee campaign stuff. Is there any way we can just email both of them out on in the same email, because I think I'm looking at my email and it looked like one was sent like at April 6th and one was sent like recently. So
Do you mean that this, a link to the supplement? What do you mean?
it's like, well, no, like this one, the blue one, like the one that, sorry, it's like, yeah, it's
Can I approach?
yeah. Like, it was, oh my God.
Gonna stay behind the podium.
Sorry, okay, this is the one, so like, this is the other campus or?
The Safe Student Services? thing?
Yeah.
Okay, and this was.
And then this doesn't have any AS like info.
No, they're, because they're separate.
Can we like send them together? Because I feel like that might be confusing for students. I don't know.
You mean just the supplement together as,
Yeah.
as an email or?
Yeah, or something like that, because I feel like maybe that's one reason why students are voting, because they haven't been getting emails about like what's on the ballot.
We'd be very, very wrong, because the constitutional amendments, like, have to excise out to be links.
Okay.
Like, one issue like is that people start the ballot and don't finish. And I think the length of this ballot is maybe part of that at the moment, but I want more information to be out there. We did send out, I think, yesterday an email that had more.
Okay.
Like a link to the supplement, but it didn't embed the supplement.
Okay.
And I think is what you're getting at.
Yeah.
We could do it as like a PDF or something, probably to export some of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that.
Okay, thank you.
There's also someone online.
Yeah, also, I think related to that question, briefly, where does the fiscal statement appear on the ballot?
It's on this, it's on the supplement if you click on any of the like reaffirmations or new fees.
So it's not when you vote itself, it's on the supplement.
Yes.
Separately.
Yeah, all extra data beyond the questions are always on the supplement.
Lee?
I believe I have the answer to Senator Malhisa's question from earlier. I think Elections Board is individually emailing each RCO that's submitting an endorsement and then getting confirmation through there. But I don't know the next steps after that.
Does that sound correct?
That they're individually emailing
Yeah.
the, probably, yeah, I believe.
In elections week?
Sure.
They've been doing the process for the past week, I believe.
I mean, you, obviously, this is not directed at you, but you would think that the ballot would be ready by Monday when the ballot drops. Pam?
Okay, thank you. I have two questions about, I think, and in general, just based on the sentiment of senators, I would much prefer if election board communicated with us rather than us needing to go through you and then you having to put that on your list of mega tasks and communicate to them. I'd like to know when their meetings are, and just, I understand that their board is a little rough right now since their chair graduated mid-quarter, but it is a little frustrating, especially because we've been having these problems and it has to go through you instead of them actually communicating with us. Another thing is for the 410 State Street and regarding the association putting some financial, like getting some space in that, how much money do you think, or what projection of money do you think needs to be allocated for that? Or like, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe we can start a new trend where in the lead up to elections board chair comes and speaks on side. It's not a game of telephone through me. That's more than fair. For 410 State Street, it really depends on what we would want to do with it. Because I mean, you could pour a bunch of money into it to do something, but like I think even just having a small amount of capital in the bank is useful for negotiations, let's say, for like, we would like, hey, we would like this, the Senate voted on a thing, a resolution, whatever ends up coming from it. I think even a small amount would go a long way towards that, because like the building will need something. Like if you've ever been inside of a Staples, it's just a box with shelving. And right now it's just a box with no shelving. So there's nothing there.
Last one, sure, last one.
Pretty sure the elections board chair is supposed to speak to the Senate or legal code as is.
Just last one. Do we know when the 410 form and in general, when they plan to end it, I guess?
There's no expiration date on it. I've reload it every other day basically, and it's still open.
Okay.
So just encourage people to use it before they all of a sudden take it away.
Yeah.
I guess like a question about that, because I've talked to people about the room, and there's like a lot of interest in people having a space to do something, but a lot of the concerns are that it's too far from campus. So I was like wondering, just like, what do you think we could do to address that?
Yeah, that's the biggest sticking point, really, because if it was something that was even in Goleta, then that's a lot closer and you could see it's like, oh, well, we can just like shuttle people there pretty easily. I don't know the answer to that because you could, if it's for events, you could have some kind of shuttle system, bus people over there. If it's just to appeal to, you don't want it to just appeal to the community, because like what benefit is that to students, right? So is it an event space? Is it employment space? There are students who live downtown, so that's part of it, but the majority of students live right over there. So that's what makes it tricky and makes the question harder, I think, for the campus too. Is like, hey, this isn't anywhere near where the students are. What can we do with this? That's like, I'm sure a multi-million-dollar purchase that's gonna benefit enough people to justify it. And I don't know what the answer to that is. I think it's a multi-use space, right? Is it a co-working space? Is it a performance space? Is it a coffee shop that offers employment, but also like subsidized things? I don't know. It could be a lot of different things. I'm getting students there. If it's, I think it can't primarily be something where it needs to be easy to get hundreds of students there. So I just don't think that's feasible. But it can be other things.
Maybe last one harder.
Sure. May have missed this in your speech, but I was wondering if you could clarify what the legal status of the building is, ownership wise, and then maybe consider why we don't just sell it. Like if we own it, right? Why don't we just sell it and just collect the money and then just put that in our reserve or something like that?
You mean UCSB?
Sure. So what exactly is the legal status of the building?
As far as I'm aware,
even acquire this building.
UCSB acquired it, not AS.
Yeah.
But as far as I'm aware, UCSB purchased it.
Sure.
Because that stapled them out of business, I guess. That's the extent of my knowledge on the ownership of the building. I think someone has suggested that they just sell it, but I don't see campus doing that. Just because when you buy property, you use the property or you hold on to the property and maybe sell it years later when it's more expensive. But for the millions of dollars that it's I don't know how that, I don't think that makes a dent in other things. Like that would probably go to pay debt if they did sell it, as opposed to going toward directly to services, is my guess. But wild guess, I don't know. So they're looking for a way to have it be of use.
And they're implying that AS has some level of agency in that use.
No, I am suggesting that we could, because we do have additional funding and student governance power, could influence how that building is used.
I see. I understand now. Thank you, Con.
If you guys are taking minutes, Summer, you can sit on the table if you guys want. If that's easier. Manitoba? Manitoba and Lucan, and that's it.
Okay, just like a quick question. If we were to sell anything there, would we get the profit or do we have to share that with the university?
Good question, to be, but whatever our deal is with them, right? So if we had some kind of storefront, if we had an AS coffee shop, or if we had a venue that we rented out to people or whatever it is, we could have some kind of agreement. Like there are agreements like that, where it's like, hey, we helped you get this, or we helped you renovate this. We get full access to this, or 95% of the profit, or whatever it is. So yeah, it's whatever agreement we work with them.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sean. I think it's a really good idea for the association to be aggressive and trying to have access to this space. As executive director, would you be willing to work with us as a Senate, future executives in the Senate next to make sure we have a presence there and potentially start doing things like a lot of us have been talking about, like enterprising out of there?
Yeah. Last one.
I'm wondering, just spitballing, but what if we had some sort of relief area for drunk use? If we're on State Street and we're hammered and we want to get somewhere to go chill for it, it might be a good idea that room is open. Because there's plenty of students that essentially what UCIV does in Goleta, or excuse me, in IV,
right,
that service can be extended to that building in some capacity. That's a good argument, actually. That's pretty good. That's a good idea.
Is there any question behind the good idea or?
Yeah. Basically, I'm trying to understand what you think about that, Tom.
That's so cheap.
I think it makes sense as a multi-purpose space, like, I think, I like, in a very general sense, but like, because so many of the spaces downtown that are large, they have like 5 tenants, right? Not like people tenants, but like business tenants, right? It's like, oh, it's a Cuban shop, but it's also a bar, but it's also something else in the back, in like a chicken, there's a spicy chicken shop in the back. There's like 3 or 4 places that are in this one place. It's absolutely gonna be that. So I don't think it's gonna be much use at midnight to 3 AM. So that is a thing that definitely makes it kind of sense, because then you could repurpose it for that, because otherwise it's just going, I mean, like any other business, empty during that time.
Yeah.
And it's like right in the middle of all that too. I mean, Fort Penn State, look at it on a map, you'll see all the things that are around it.
Oh, I've been there. Drunk.
Okay, Sean, thank you so much.
Okay.
Nice, thanks, Sean. Advisory reports?
Thank you.
Senator.
Pardon?
Haven't you been excused?
That wasn't done at the beginning?
I think this.
That was beforehand.
What?
Okay, do you guys?
Okay, do we have any consent to move to section A2, excuse absences and doing like that?
Motion to excuse Senator for the duration of meeting due to illness.
You got that? There's been a motion to excuse Senator Lucan for the duration of meeting to illness. There is a second, Sussman. There's a second discussion, Wayne.
Call to question.
Questions, call the question? There's like consent, seeing none, motion passes. Do we have any consent to move into section D6 advisors report? Any objections like consent? Any advisors?
No.
Executive officers reports. Madam President, I'm assuming it'd be now, right? Add that. I'm gonna yield chair to.
Everyone, I'm gonna give a few brief updates and then I'll talk briefly about my budget recommendation as well. First thing I wanted to tell you all about is, and we were kind of deliberating the executive director position, you expressed a desire to have sort of like sessions or like have an opportunity to communicate your like desires for the executive director position for AS. So I have delivered on that. So during week 6, I will be hosting 4 student sessions where you all will be able to meet with Sean in a group of roughly like 10 or less students and for an hour for Zoom. And basically I'll have some different discussion questions about, you know, how you see the vision of the executive director position and of AS, and kind of that's a good time to give the you know, the vision setting and the feedback that you all were discussing. Excuse me. So I will be sending signups for that on Friday. So it's for week 6, but there'll be, I mean, I can just read off the times to you really quick. It'll be week 6, Monday at 5 PM, Tuesday at 6 PM, Thursday at 4 PM, Friday at 11 AM. So these will be made available to anyone in associated students to come to these sessions, but they will be capped at 10 students per session. So just make sure to, I mean, I don't expect them to completely fill up, so, but make sure to sign up promptly. And just sign up for 1 so that you can give other people a chance to sign up. And then the following week, we'll be hosting 2 sessions with AS staff and then also a session with student affairs. So it'll be a really nice like transition vision setting couple of weeks. I will be moderating the student sessions. And again, it'll be over Zoom, so it'll be super accessible. Some other updates I wanted to give you all. As I mentioned, I was in Oakland last week meeting with UC Office of the President. That went pretty well. We had a session about the UC budget, the UC undergraduate experience survey. If you guys haven't done it yet, I recommend you do fill that out because they use the data in that survey to basically fund basic needs resources on campus. So definitely make sure to take the time to do that. We had a session about like student safety and undocumented student support in SB 98. We had a session about student housing, capital planning, capital improvements. Yeah, and then also a session with President Milliken himself. One topic that emerged like a few times was SB 98 and advocating for text notifications as opposed to just email notifications. Basically, like the chancellors agreed, all 10 chancellors agreed that to send email notifications for SB 98, and we're really pushing for text notifications as well. But other than that, like I have other notes for the trip I can share with you if you're interested, but nothing like super interesting. A couple other updates from my office. This quarter, we've been running free Super Cucas burritos for students in need. And that has been going really well. We got funding to do 2,000 burritos and it's about to run out. So that'll be closed probably at the end of the week. And we marketed that specifically to like basic needs and undocumented student services, guardian scholars, and kind of those networks. Kind of on a similar topic of food security, my office we want to essentially raise funds for the undocumented student services meal plan scholarship and the Dream Fresh program, which provides money for groceries for undocumented students. So we put out a call yesterday for like BCUs with spare money in their budget at the end of the year to consider contributing a bit of like a couple $1,000s to these initiatives. So if you guys are like connected with any BCUs that have extra funds, you can encourage them to donate. And my computer just died. So that's lovely. What else did I have on? Earth Month is happening. Super exciting. It'll end this Sunday with a kayaking trip to the oil rig. So you can sign up for that if you want. But I think those are the main updates in terms of my office. My budget recommendation came out yesterday. It became public midday yesterday. So I hope you all will take the time to like look through that carefully before you have your budget deliberations. I did put out, a rationale for the changes I've made. This is the first time that anyone has done this that I'm aware of, and I really hope that it like kind of sets the stage for our budget processes to be a bit more transparent moving forward. Yeah, and also I'll just echo the note to make sure to come prepared. Like I'll say I did a decent amount of homework before I like sat down with FinOps to like do the budget. And it was essentially just me and a few people in my office. And we were there for like 5.5 hours. So think about that with a whole lot more people. So definitely come prepared. And yeah, that I will say I want to say that I put a lot of thought and effort into the budget. I definitely like looked through things carefully. So I hope that comes through in my request. Again, I encourage you guys to just read the rationale that I put out, but a few things that I wanted to point out in particular. One is food budget. So I made essentially a blanket food allocation for all accounts. So the food line item is essentially the food that groups will spend on their own food budgets, like dinners at Senate. And in line with the proposed policy 22, we're capping that to, it's like, the max is like $30 for dinners. And it'll be, you guys know the policy. If it's over 3 hours, then you can have dinner. If it's under 3 hours, you can have dinner. But each group can have a quarterly retreat. So the budget allocation is essentially $30 per person for that quarterly retreat. So $90 per person per year. So it's an equal line item. That is essentially the cap unless groups requested less. So if a group requested less for food, we didn't give them more than they requested. If a group requested zero for food, I didn't give them more than they requested. But if they requested a lot of money for food, I gave them the lower amount. And if they're a lock-in, I reallocated that to special projects. If they're not a lock-in, it just got taken away from their budget. So that was a big change. I mean, it's minor for most accounts, but it's a big change that I did. And then the other big thing that I will point out is on the staff salaries account. So finance committee basically put an allocation of 3.25 million from the unallocated from the base fee towards staff salaries. And I went with the same number, so keeping the 3.25 million for staff salaries. But I changed, we changed a couple of the staff salary, like where their funds come from, like lock-in versus base fee, and reallocated those funds to support the hiring of a marginalized communities advisor. So keeping the same number, but advocating for the hiring of a marginalized communities advisor. I'm currently having Nayeli is currently writing the proposed job description and then we will then work with HR to make sure that that position gets hired should the Senate decide to move forward with that as well. As my point is, if you decide that you're in agreement with me and my office that to use those funds towards a marginalized community advisor, we will make sure that it gets hired in a timely manner. I think as we've seen, there is a lack of advising. There's just a short staff of advisors in AS, especially for marginalized groups. So we would think it's really important to have a marginalized community advisor to advise BWHC, SCORE, CODE, RACES, and any other groups that might need advising. So yeah, I have other changes I made. You can read my rationale for them, but those are the two things I wanted to highlight here.
Sam, thank you. Are there any questions for President Senator?
Yeah, thank you again, President Metz, for coming. I always like hearing about your projects and never talking to you about things. It's really inspiring getting to see a lot of things you're doing to support all communities. I have actually interesting question about it because I assume this is typically something that the other executive offices like EVPSA are probably working on a little bit because it's statewide level. But you mentioned briefly about regards to kind of communicating to President Milliken, talking to them about the SB 98. And I know it's more like a statewide particular, continued progress mission you guys are working on the email matter. But I know that a lot of organizations on the localized level, or at least UCSB, have been trying to advocate for a similar mission. And I'm wondering if maybe that can either be beneficial to collaborate with your particular office on maybe making these other coalitions help get support from you, or how maybe you could support them, and how we can maybe figure out some kind of way to at least push some marginal steps at the institutional level UCSB to some commonalities, and maybe your advice from talking to a lot of these statewide things could be maybe very beneficial to see where we can work with that. So
yeah, absolutely.
Senator.
Thank you, President Metzger, especially for the adjustment for the policy 22. I had a question about, I'm sure you don't have the numbers on you, also your computer's dead, but do you know how much money was able to be, I guess, saved, or, it was probably allocated somewhere else, but how much money was saved because you cut the food accounts to account for policy 22?
I don't know. So I know that from the finance request to my request, it increased slightly, 4,000. But if you think about it, it's really important that groups have equal allocations for their food budget. It doesn't really make sense if we're saying one group you can only have $200 for your food budget, but another group you can have 1,000 or 3,000. But, so yeah, it increased slightly from the finance recommendation. But it probably decreased from the original request because it definitely did decrease from the original request because we didn't raise anybody's accounts, we only cut them. By how much, I do not know.
Senator Ringo.
I have two questions. I think I'm also a little confused. Obviously I haven't taken like super in-depth look into this, but it looked like some of the food, like I guess allocations weren't really changed. And I just feel like I thought they would be. But I guess how exactly did you guys like go about this? And then my second question is, would you be open to like maybe, I don't know, like hosting like something like an hour long like office hour so we can like come ask you so you don't have to just answer everything today?
Yeah, I'll answer your second question first. My Calendly link is available to anyone, so you can always like schedule office hours with me. More than happy to. I haven't created like a specific like I guess open session for this, but you're welcome to schedule office hours with me. I also put out a feedback form if like there's not time to meet with me. You can put a feedback form or just email me as well. For the first question, so it was calculated by number of positions on the board times 90. So because $30 a quarter. So say COSWEB, I'm not gonna do the maths here, but I don't know the numbers, but like say COSWEB 20 board members times 90 is however much money. If they requested less than that, we're not gonna give them that full amount because they didn't request that full amount. So that's why a lot of them stayed the same because a lot of groups requested 0 or requested small amounts for food. But say if COSWEB requested like $6,000 for food, saying no, you actually only get like $90 a person. So we're gonna take that money from your food account and reallocate it to special projects.
And then
Senator Ringo.
can I, yes, did you also include like the retreat food into that food account or no?
So that basically is just retreat food because the majority of groups don't meet for over 3 hours. So if you'll see the finance committee and the Senate have different food allocations because you guys do meet for over 3 hours. And then I put out a note like in the rationale and in my email that's saying like, if we made a mistake or like if you guys do meet for 3 hours, over 3 hours, we can, adjust the recommendation.
Thank you.
Any other questions for President? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Would like to move into new business. Senator Harder.
Yeah, I motion to add a hit proposal to new business.
Well, we don't have quorum.
We don't.
No, we are far from quorum.
We're 10.
So we can't do anything.
We are.
We're 10. Yeah, there's 2 senators online.
And
Oh, there's
3
no-
senators, 3 senators LBC.
Here we go. We're good. I don't count.
Yeah, I can count you.
Senator Harder.
Yeah, I motion to add a high impact project proposal, Associated Students Lib Boards Project.
Lib, LIB.
Lib as in library, but it's shortened in that title. Senator Jones should have the link to it. Don't mind sending it to you as well.
Can you forward it to me?
Yeah, of course.
There's been a motion to amend the agenda. And add HIP Lib Board X. Is there a second? Senator Ono?
Second.
Motion has been moved and seconded. We are now in discussion. Senator Wahila. President McCall, is there any objections to the call question? Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Is on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion to amend the agenda and add a resolution to commemorate UCSB's epic victory royale in Yik Yak's first ever March Yakness.
It was time.
Which I can add because I have the editing access.
Okay, Senator Simonian. Seconded. It's been, good lord, this is, sounds like Fortnite terminology. There's been motion to amend the agenda and add a resolution to commemorate USB's epic victory right now in the Yik Yak first ever March Yakmas. Good God, is there a second, Senator Maltese?
Alec already seconded, but I have a comment for discussion.
Yeah, we're in discussion.
Considering our time,
Yeah.
can we not do this today?
You don't have to talk about this. It's happened 2 weeks ago.
Senator Penn.
And we don't have to, but it did happen 2 weeks ago, so it might just be a little late. We really don't even have to discuss it. We could just pass it. I don't expect it to last longer than 10 minutes, but if the Senate doesn't want to do it together, I don't care. It just is gonna be super late, and it's also gonna be week 5.
Like circumvent it until like week 6.
We don't have, oh, sorry. We don't have to talk about this. We could just let it be on the agenda.
Okay. Cool. There's still discussion. Senator Waddle. Motion to call to objection for call to question. Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passed. No on the agenda. Senator Waddle.
I had it already emailed there, like wherever, motion to amend the agenda and add a bill to amend liaison committee's legal code on their new business. It's already not done yet.
Give me 1 second. It's fine.
Just what?
There, do you want the other 2 policies on there or not?
The other 2 are discharged, I think, to action items because it's already brought up to new business.
Then a motion to amend the agenda and add a bill to amend liaison committee's legal code to new business. Is there a second? Senator Pam.
A second.
Motion has been moved and second. We are now in discussion. Senator Wong.
Call to question.
Motion's been called. Is there any objections to the call?
Objection. Shouldn't this be in action items?
No, because they didn't bring it originally to the Senate body.
Never mind. Objection rescinded.
Discussion. Senator. Call question. Question's been called. Is there any objection to call the question?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passed is now on the agenda. Okay. The first item under new business is a bill to codify the minutes template of the.
Question, I don't know, sorry. Do we have to pass the policy 22 bill or resolution or bill this Senate meeting in order for it to apply to? Okay.
There's the first item on the agenda is a bill to codify the minutes template, not the minutes. Reading wrong, but the bill is a bill to codify the appointments tracker and legal code of the Associated Students Committee on Committees. Authored by myself. The bill is what the title states. This basically just delegates appointments tracking to the Committee on Committees, which should have been throughout this process. It ended up on my shoulders throughout this year, and there were significant fallbacks on that, and should not be the responsibility of the first president pro tem going forward. And this was at the request of the financial operations team. This is just purely internal. So. Welcome, any discussion or questions? Senator Wahila.
It was great already. We had actually a brief conversation about this last week of some of the communications team about this issue going forward, because I think a lot of the mission statements of COC has been kind of like resonantly dispersed to other people's individual prospects and jobs, even though it's technically their legal code. I think it's great. I don't have any comments. I just want to know, has this also been just simply communicated to COC and so to know what their thoughts and stuff they are?
Yeah, I was on a 3-hour phone call with Lily on over the legal code changes. Are there any further discussion, Senator?
I was gonna make a motion.
Sure, Senator.
Motion to shoot, what's the word? I forgot. Motion to refer, yes, thank you, refer the bill to codify the appointments tracker in the legal code of associate students to liaison committee.
There's been a motion to refer the bill to the liaison committee. Is there a second? Senator Shurkin.
Second.
Motion has been moved and second. We're now in discussion.
Chair, can I make a comment?
Yes, Senator.
I understand. I call the question then.
Thank you. I know I've talked to Vincent about this during budget hearings, and I know he made a suggestion that would be like super helpful for the FinOps team if like next to the appointments, or like with the appointments, there was like how much each position's getting paid. And like I know like our Senate's all about transparency and stuff too. I don't know if we would necessarily want to add that to the appointments tracker, but I see that being a job that COC could do as well in conjunction with the appointments. Like just adding like, okay, like this chair, this board member is making like this amount of money. I think it could be something helpful, perhaps to also add to the legal code and the appointments tracker as a whole, but just a suggestion. And this is something Vincent mentioned that would be like super helpful on his end as well. So just wanted to bring that up.
We can absolutely do that, Senator Lee. It's a great point to bring up. Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the item? Okay, thank you. Senator Ken? Questions from the public? Is there any objections to the call to question? Seeing none, the bill is referred. The next item is a resolution to establish the association's full support of building student housing at the Central House site by Senators Jones and Giosimonian. Being that the first is not here, the second you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As many of you know,
Sorry. Yes.
As many of you know, the Centennial House, which is located near the Chi-Phi dorms in central UCSB, used to be the residence of the chancellor. That is no longer the case. That's a whole other point of discussion, but what's important right now is that this housing unit in the middle of the UCSB campus is entirely vacant. I think it's a no-brainer for us to endorse transforming it into some sort of student housing, given the severe problems the school is having with housing right now. And I mean, I think in conjunction with all the other housing projects going on campus, that could seriously alleviate that problem. So I yield.
Thank you, Senator Giosimonian. Is there any discussion on that? Senator Shurkin?
I think this is a really good idea. I just had a couple like clarifying questions. That's okay. I guess my first question is, would this advocate for the Centennial House to be like turned into student housing or rebuilt? I just like more clarity that would be appreciated.
Senator Giosimonian.
Yeah, so it says the timely construction of student housing on the site, the Centennial House. So it could be the current building is torn down. Unfortunately, a one-story building is not really suitable for student housing at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, awesome. And just out of like curiosity, cause I know when I lived like in that, like I lived in Santa Cruz last year and I saw the Centennial House and that kind of area is kind of funky because it kind of goes down to the lagoon and then like you have the house and then you got some of it. So I was just wondering, like, I'm sure there's kind of the concerns with like proximity to the lagoon. Like, has that process been thought out yet, or is this kind of like in like theoretical stages right now? I'm just trying to think of like hurdles that might come up if we try to be like, hey, can we build something right there?
Coastal Commission.
Like coastal, or just like, why are you building something so close to the lagoon or something like that?
Senator Giosimonian.
Yeah, I've not personally thought that far ahead. But I mean, the idea would be, right, that just like, I think it's San Nick is the high rise that's right next to the lagoon. Yes. Right. I don't see that as a barrier. It's just an extra bureaucratic step. And I imagine if you could get the university on board with this, the Coastal Commission wouldn't make a big deal out of it. I would be surprised.
Do we have consent from the Senate to invite Internal Vice President Lala as a student to speak on this,
Just
just Enri Lala to speak on the item at hand. Is there consent? Any objections to that consent? Seeing none, you have the floor. Enri
Yeah,
Lala.
so the it is very much the conceptual stage. That's a good question. I mean, the point of this is pretty much, this was stated by the administration late last year when they announced the purchase of the 7.8 milli residents. And as a part of presenting that to the students and the broader community, it was, hey, we can use this for other things like housing. And this is us as student leaders really doing our due diligence basically and getting a very long-term project in all likelihood started, if this is what we want to see there. In terms of construction near the lagoon, I can sort of see visually what you mean by the sloping of it,
Yeah.
even on the,
Maybe I heard it wrong. It's just kind of.
yeah, the lawn on the, whatever it be, eastern, I guess to the east of the Centennial House. You know, the lagoon has its own weird geological makeup, but what exactly do you mean by the difficulties that could be presented by it? Is it like the safety stuff?
Like- Not, sorry, I didn't know.
Sure.
I think like just like, cause it's right across from the dorm, so that's a construction concern, like noise and stuff and impact, and then you have the lagoon and then you have students. You also have like, a lot of the times like the marine buildings or
Yeah.
where we'll do research down there.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to think of like stuff that might come up. But of course, this can be a later discussion too.
Yeah, I mean, that's all fully valuable, obviously, and currently for what's called the East Campus Housing Project, which is obviously gonna tear down Santa Rosa and Ortega to build much taller buildings and denser housing, which is just an absolute godsend. I'm very glad that's happening. They have a mitigation group for that. Casey has spoken about that. She's sitting on it. I know you're a second year. I think it'd be a phenomenal idea if you would want to sit on that group and see, of course, assuming that this is actually launched and we pursue this funding. If you'd want to sit on that, I think it's more than feasible. As you know, we're both on delegation that's gonna go to Sacramento to advocate on behalf of Yes in My Backyard and then a lot of pro-student housing legislation at the state level. I am always a huge proponent of we can figure this shit out. Like, it's fine. We've, as in the United States, has sent people around the moon and back to the earth again. We can absolutely figure out how to isolate a building site such that it does not disturb people across the hall or people doing research below that slope. So fully legitimate, but
Yeah.
we've got this.
Yeah,
This is basically it.
It wasn't like a no, I'm just
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
bureaucratically, I'm thinking
Yeah,
of stuff
of
the
course.
school can like send our way, but yeah, for sure.
Senator Minakova, and we'll
Okay, I kind of have two questions. I guess kind of to play off of Erica, the space there is really small. And so is this something that the university was already thinking, or is this something wholly on like us that we were thinking of using this space? Cause I just feel like not only is like what Erica addressed, some concerns, especially in the bureaucracy, but also like feasibly how much housing we can get out of it without like it being a massive tower, like skinny tower. And like, cause I just feel like, I don't know, it's just a small space, like we could also use that space to be like a study area instead. I mean, we're trying to address the housing issue, but I just don't know if it will work and we can use that space in other ways too. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question of values. It's a question of what you wanna put that space towards, especially something that's that close to the campus. That close to classes, that close to the beach. I mean, if this idea is not what students want, I'm sure there would be a private equity developer who would love to turn it into another food court and charge you $15 for a moldy burrito or something. I don't mean to be facetious about your point. Like I see the need for study spaces. I think the real investment would be in the library and the spaces that already exist and not doing further austerity there. But there is no bigger human rights concern in California when you have Sussman, is it 8% of students at the UC reporting homelessness at some point in their college career? I think 20% amongst all college students, even higher. It's
11% CSUs, 24% for CCCs.
Yeah, and we're at 8%. That's not like housing insecurity or like, oh, my paint chipped or something. It's like experienced unsheltered homelessness in a car or outside. There, and in the idea of it not being big enough. I mean, the chancellor lived there successfully for decades. We can find a way to, it doesn't have to be this massive project, right? It could be like townhome styles in which you fit it into that space and do not completely block the view from campus or something like this. I think it can absolutely be, because the school indicated that they can, right? And we know how cautious the campus and the system is. And I don't think they would have been putting something out there without at least some knowledge of feasibility.
It's your two speaking limit. Gonna try to implement that, being that
That's sound play, but go ahead.
we're short on time. We have 43 minutes or 50 minutes left, so in a recess.
I just had a follow-up, because I think my second part wasn't that important, sorry. I just meant, do we have any, like, has the university given us like a feasibility report, or is this just totally conceptual?
We're trying to get there.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Motion to refer a resolution to establish the association's full support for building student housing at the Centennial House site to the advocacy committee. Yeah.
I like what I see.
Go on, please.
Sorry.
There's been a motion to refer the resolution to the advocacy committee. Is there a second, Senator Ono?
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded eagerly. We're in non-discussion. Senator Menikowa.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Is there any objections to call the question?
Consent.
So yeah, eager consent. Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes.
Which has eagerly.
I yield your ship to the internal affairs president.
Okay, no longer entering. We're now in a bill to reassign executive swearing into the spring State of the Association and restructure its format. Jones and Sussman.
Yeah, again, we like to be pretty upfront about what the bills are doing in the title. It does what the title says. You know, it's when we first wrote the State of the Association bill or the SOTA bill, we didn't fully realize that, hey, week 8, we're gonna be terming out, and that's when this is. So we've decided it would be a great idea for everyone to be sworn in at the State of the Association. And that way, week 8, you know, everyone is ready to go for the next Senate meeting the day following. President Metzger expressed some concern with it, but we can talk about this in committee. And it allows for the new executives and the new senators or forces the new executives and new senators to be a part of this tradition, which we are building this year, and kind of transfers that knowledge over institutionally across the association. They're able to see all the facets of what PCUs do as well. I yield.
Just fine.
Thank you, Senator Sussman. Thank you, Chair. I hate to be a stickler, but the Constitution does say that the official date on which the transfer of power occurs, on which terms of office end and begin, is the Wednesday of week 8, immediately after the adjournment of this Senate's last meeting. Is the idea with this to change the actual transfer of power to that Tuesday as well? Because I think that would be probably unconstitutional, or is it just ceremonial?
It'd be ceremonial.
Okay.
That is in the Constitution?
It is.
Because I briefly checked. Apparently not sufficiently. Yeah, you'll have to have it ceremonial. Oh, no.
Is this an XCOM bill? For committee? Okay, cool.
Sorry, Mike, he's gonna.
Can we make sure that this is communicated to elections? Because it would be kind of sad if we have State of the Association and other candidates knew that this would like happen, because it's kind of a new thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no. Motion to refer a bill to reassign executive swearing into the spring State of the Association and restructure its format, capital F, to the executive committee.
There's been a motion to refer this legislation to the executive committee. Is there a second? Wait,
Second.
round discussion. Menikowa.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Objection? Any objection like consent? Motion passes. Okay, we're in UCSB Lib Board's HIP proposal. Brought to us by, I think the only senator on it is Harder, so feel free.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. All right, so basically, the idea here is that, all right, so let me just tell you guys where I got the inspiration. So I personally am not actually affected by this because I never use whiteboards. I'm a pen and paper kind of dude. But I've spoken to a lot of students that have been affected by the scarcity of whiteboards in the library. It's a huge concern. I've spoken to countless actually about it. Basically, every time I see a person in the library, I'm like, yo, is this an issue for you? And it's always a yes. And it's an issue for the library themselves too. They want to get more, they just don't have enough money to do it. So the idea behind this high impact project is that we as a Senate would fund the purchase of about 12 whiteboards or less. Doesn't need to be the entire quantity, but ideally 12. That's the estimated need that the library provided for me. And as you can see in the budget outline, in order to do that, we would have to expend about $14,000. Just to make it clear as to what that's purchasing, it is itemized. It's not necessarily clear in the itemization though. The $680 delivery fee includes building the whiteboards and bringing them here and putting them in the library for us. So I spoke to the appropriate personnel at the library, David and Alan. Essentially their response, David Kujan and Alan Grossenheider. Basically, they're the people who have the authority in the library to do such a thing. And they're fully on board. They highly encourage it. And because the vendor that we would purchase them with is already on Gateway, we would, in theory, be able to fund this tonight. I could place the Gateway order tomorrow morning and they could be here within a couple of weeks. So before we term out, these things can be in the library. I will say that this wasn't solely my idea. I discussed this with Senator Jones at one point quite a while ago, and neither one of us ever got to it until now. So I can't take full credit for the idea. Senator Jones and I discussed it, and then I pursued it vigorously recently. I think that's about it. I'm happy to answer anyone's questions. You'll.
This was fun.
Thanks. Phenomenal idea. The elephant in the room is that this would cover nearly a quarter and a half of late night study, which the library still yet is willing to use our money for. The first meeting of the year, they said that they would use money for other projects, but just not late night study because it wasn't a priority of theirs. And that's been a fundamental issue of Associated students this year is how do we navigate that? And I'm concerned by giving them this money to increase something which would be greatly beneficial to all students prior to them agreeing to allow for late night study, which is something we've all concurred in the Senate is very much needed. It would be letting them trample our student authority and power on campus. That's my only concern. But again, not with the project, but with how the library has been negotiating with us.
I mean, I hear you. It's a pretty valid concern. My biggest issue here is that I think it seems to me like there's separate issues clearly, right? Like the library not wanting to use that funding or them having an issue using that funding with this and essentially not being able to use it in that way, in this way specifically. So I look at it as we have a lack of agency with that money right now as it is. And the library has clearly chosen not to use it for this. Whereas with this project specifically, we can have an MOU with them and they agreed to have an MOU with us for this. Or actually, as a matter of fact, we're not going to be giving them any money actually with this. We're going to be buying it for them and they're going to be given whiteboards. They're not going to be given money. So I hear what you're saying, but essentially it sounds to me like we've lost the agency with the 20K as it is. And so I just don't see the purpose for allowing students to suffer if we can just alleviate this and then address the 20K non-agency money.
Speaking limit last time.
Thank you. Yeah, good power checks. I'm gonna be diplomatic in how I say this. I have had a trust issue with how the libraries approach negotiations, considering the fact they have violated the MOU that we have signed multiple times. And what's to stop that from happening again when we're not in power or when we're not in our term? So I think this needs to be a larger conversation with them before any funding is passed. And I would highly recommend that this be tabled till week 6 so we can have a conversation with the librarian and the staff to say, hey, we are happy to provide funding for a project that will undoubtedly benefit the entire student body, which I commend you for drafting this. But at the same time, you must meet our requirements of following the MOU, because I think it's a little naive of the Senate to pass something of substantial funds to not be ensured that the MOU will be followed.
You can limit, but I'll look away just this time, and I mean it.
Yeah, I hear you. I just don't know what do we do when we have those meetings with them and they basically say, all right, well, sorry. Right, like, again, this isn't funding that we'd be giving them. It's for the students. It just happens to be in the library. It doesn't, like, the library is already at a scarcity of cash flow as it is. And so this would be benefiting students directly. And if we don't pass it tonight, or if we don't pass it soon, and we wait to deliberate with the library, which we have no idea which way is gonna go, the project remains undone and the students remain unaffected, right? Like, and they need to be affected positively. So I totally get what you're saying, but it just doesn't make sense. Like, I hear what you're saying, but I don't think that this gives us a significant negotiating power or anything like that. Like, this whiteboard project doesn't give us, like, they're not gonna change their position because of this whiteboard project. The only thing that's gonna change is us potentially doing it or not. But it's like, this, to be honest, like, this is important, but it's for the students, it's not for the library. This doesn't change their negotiating power anywhere.
It seems
So-
like. I'm sorry.
No, you're chilling. All I'm saying is that if we don't pass this soon, then under the guise that it's important enough to them to have some sort of significant leverage, then all we're doing is harming the students. It's a net negative in my mind.
No. It seems like Sussman's saying you can use it as leverage. It seems like you're saying basically it's just either this happens or not. It has no effect on any other negotiations.
Exactly.
Let's keep it at that. Lee,
It's insulated.
Lee, speak now for hold your peace.
Sorry, I was trying to find the unmute button. I was wondering if there were potentially cheaper options for these whiteboards. This is like the whole, the questions that we had for the last HIP proposal. But yeah, I just like did a quick search of like whiteboards 42 by 42, and I know like Home Depot is selling them for like 100, and just like other locations might sell whiteboards for cheaper than $1,000 per unit. I know that Tri-County Office Furniture is already in Gateway, so it might be more complicated to like purchase whiteboards outside of that. But if this isn't like a pressing project that we have to get done like within, I don't know, these next few weeks, I think it would be reasonable to potentially look at other options. I've just like from a quick search found whiteboards around this size that are much cheaper per unit, and then but just my thoughts.
Got it. Do you have an answer?
No, I was gonna just make a comment and then motion.
Brief response,
Yes.
because we don't have to figure out the details of HIV proposals on the Senate floor, Gossett.
Yeah, that was the very first thing I brought up. David and Alan have both been in their positions for like 30 years, they said. They experimented with all of the whiteboards that you're talking about, Vicky. They've experimented with every whiteboard on the market, is what they told me. And they hate everything. Like, nothing works. It all falls apart within a couple of weeks, a couple of months, because of how much use they have. These are the only whiteboards that they've ever purchased that have lasted more than a couple of years. And so they said, yeah, they know the price is a little high, but it's basically the only thing that it's the best bang for the buck, because cumulatively they end up buying a bunch of those other whiteboards that fall apart. And then it ends up being like multiple thousands of dollars for effectively one whiteboard, as opposed to just this one really expensive one, which lasts forever. These ones have been, these ones that they have, the ones they have currently have lasted like 10 years, as opposed to everything else, which falls apart in a month or so.
Cool, Nicole?
Yeah, I think the concern about just putting it in the library is valid, and I think maybe we can consider putting it in like the MRC, wait, yeah, well, for an SRB, but I'd just like to make the motion if that's okay. Okay,
Yes.
motion to refer UCSB Lib Board a tip proposal to XCOM.
There's been a,
Oh,
No?
just give it to us.
yeah.
Well, but I feel like that's good to like,
Are you thinking with the motion yours?
well, we could do advocacy, yeah, but
You understand?
Yeah.
Well, just because we can get it through our committee faster.
Okay.
My bro hates being recognized. Hello. You missed everything earlier. I don't want to hear about getting recognized. You're no longer recognized. Harder?
Preach. I motion to refer an HIP proposal, Associated Students Lib Boards project to Advocacy Committee.
There's been a motion to refer this HIP proposal to the advocacy committee. Is there a second? Chairman Kova.
second.
We have a second, we're now discussion. Wait, what?
Question.
Which question did we call? Just call the question. Consent. Any particular consent? Seeing none. Passes. Okay, we're in a really,
You say it.
we're in a resolution to commemorate UCSB's epic victory in Yik Yak's first ever March Yakness.
Okay.
All of our parents are paying for us to be here. Okay, let's get to this.
Yeah, I
Think those are Yik Yakers.
I won't speak on this too much. You can read it. I think it speaks for itself.
Yes, that's, and as a second, no one want, I know we wanted to move forward. If you don't want to vote on it, we might as well just get rid of it because it would be too late, I feel like, in 2 weeks. Okay, whatever, I don't care, I yield.
Motion to suspend the relevant standing rules on bring legislation to committees.
We referred to committee and then.
First off, you would have to name what it is. And two,
Tristan
we
mentioned-
haven't suspended it for, oh, how you've been suspended from Yik Yak?
Yes.
Yes. I feel like the Nexus headline would be amazing. Sorry. I feel like it'd be so good.
Stop aura farming, dude. Did you rescind that?
I rescinded it.
You rescinded it on. Chair, respectfully, we have bigger fish to fry. If we can, just, just refer the thing and then refer.
Refer to XCOM.
Okay, cool. Manitoba.
Oh, sorry. Motion to refer a resolution to commemorate UCSB's epic victory royale in Yik Yak's first ever March Yakness to XCOM.
There's been a motion to refer this resolution, we all know what it is, to the executive committee. Is there a second? Oh, no, thank you. Looks like we're now in discussion. We're now in discussion. Wait, what?
What question?
Call the questions? Any objection, take consent? Seeing none, motion passes.
Read the bill.
That is what I said. Oh, no. Motion to discharge the resolution from executive committee back to the Senate floor. There's been a motion to
Sorry, what resolution?
discharge this resolution on Yik Yak, et cetera.
Wait, what?
Yo,
He already said it.
from the executive committee to the Senate floor. Is there a second? Giuspone?
Seconded.
Second, we're now in discussion. White lip,
Call the question?
question has been called. Just call the question.
Done.
Objection, consent. Motion passes. It was Ono Giuspone on the second one. Okay. Giuspone.
Motion to adopt, I cannot believe I'm saying this on the Senate floor, a resolution to commemorate UCSB's epic victory royale in Yik Yak's first ever March Yakness. Jesus Christ.
That's not in the There's been a motion to adopt this resolution. Is there a second? Oh, no. Second. There's been a second one now discussion. I'd love questions, be called, just call the question. Consent, any objection, like consent? Seeing none, we move into a leave vote because this is a proper piece of legislation. Well, that's why you want to sit. Yeah, that would have been clever, actually. Yeah, well. Okay, well, is it motion one?
Yes.
Get through it, please.
Nick, may I make a comment while everyone's voting?
No. We can cover that many times. No speaking when you vote.
Yeah, we're voting. Sorry.
Oh, it's 14 people total. Okay, 3 people haven't voted. Could you please vote? Is Luke in here?
No.
No.
Then why is he presenting?
Sure, can also not.
I like the part that says that they must unfortunately hold this out.
Okay, this, is that
That
everything?
was good. That was really good.
That's all right.
Where's why is it 13? Okay, motion passes. 8:05.
It's actually.
8:05, Jessica.
8:05. Wait, that's perfect. Commemorate the victory.
Okay, we got it. We're in a bill to amend liaison committee's legal code. Go ahead.
Yeah, so based on the department chair bill and also policy 39, which I do not believe we have voted on yet, so I'm not sure if this is allowed or whatever. But it's been added on, role of the department chair, as well as making a feedback form for staff, which we are working with Sean, who has graciously already sent the form in, that we can work on it. 2 to 3 department chairs, we decide on a rotational basis, and the new fiscal impact is updated. Don't want us to take too much time on this. We really appreciate it. We've referred or whatever.
Yeah, I'll just briefly state, I think, I just want to say, just again, thank my committee members for working so extensively hard on this in particular. I think it's something that, just looking in comparison to how when I was originally in the liaison committee and now seeing how it's been continuously working on, and overall, as you guys know, this legislative piece has all the particular things that we've worked on as pilot programs for the entirety of the year and see them come to fruition, become successful. And I'm really, really happy to see that this is kind of implemented to our legal code, to see that future liaison committee has a more standardized, as I think it should be, as the importance of, communicating the internal affairs and BCUs. And I'm happy that we can expand our not only our committee to have more people like the department chairs, but also make it more standardized and I think more in a better structure to help properly, support, internal affairs basically. So I'm just really happy. I'm really, really grateful for our team to work on this for such a long time and stuff too. So, yeah.
Oh, no. Do we want this to be XCOM? Okay, cool.
Motion to refer bill to amend liaison committee's legal codes to the executive committee.
There's been a motion for the legislation to the executive committee. Is there a second? Oh, no.
Second.
Discussion. Wait,
Call the question.
questions been called. Objection called question.
Second.
Objection. Okay, passes. Oh, no.
Senators, I sincerely apologize, but we have to add a resolution to the agenda. So I'd like to motion to add a resolution condemning significant increases in student fees to the agenda.
Yeah, I just have to make it accessible to everyone, because on a resolution, so of course it will, yeah. But a motion to add a resolution condemning. The document is named something else, unless I'm sure, refresh. Okay. A motion to add resolution condemning significant increases in student fees.
Yeah.
Is there a second? Sussman.
Second.
There's been a second. No discussion. Oh, man.
Call the question.
Question to call to the question.
Fine.
You just think consent. Oh, that's not what I meant. See none, motion passes.
We are?
Yeah.
Okay. Senator Lucan and I and others as well have been discussing this, just given that the elections are going to stay open for the foreseeable future, into infinity and beyond. We, as a Senate, have not been able to really put forward any word on the increases this year. In spite of our feelings, we are not able to go out there on payroll and table for our side of the bargain. Whereas, initiatives like Safe Student Services, they have people in various departments going out there, tabling, putting out signs that are very nicely printed, which you've seen everywhere. So we should have something at the end of the day. I want to be clear that this does not condemn specific fee increases, and that as voters and students in the association, this is something that affects all of us. And you are free to make your own choices on the ballot about which fees you see impacting your life and like which ones you want to vote for. This is not a condemnation of personal choices. It is a condemnation of undergrads being burdened with fee increases in a very strenuous time for basically all college students. So we are representatives of undergrads, and I think it is our duty to represent them in such a way. Yes.
Before a motion, gonna do the same thing with the Yik Yak one, just put it through.
Yeah.
We can have a brief discussion on this though, if people want. Manikowa?
Sorry, I just had a question. So in regards to like, also like about, I guess, the election. So I know they're doing like COLA adjustments as well. Is it only if the, like, I guess, this initiative passes first, then they do the COLA increasements, or are they gonna do that regardless?
Now, from my so I'm going. Yeah, okay. So from my understanding, COLA increases are baked into existing fees. What we are seeing on the ballot, and I'm sure this can be clarified, but what we are seeing on the ballot is increases to compensate for inflation that was not accounted for under COLA over, I believe, 2 decades. And that's something that is in this resolution is like, we are basically, students in this current generation are effectively footing the inflationary bill of students from 20 years ago and everyone in between that span, right? Which is not really fair, you know, and effectively, yeah, because from my understanding, COLA is not able to keep up. And if everything were done correctly, then we wouldn't be talking about increases because things would have already been.
I think this resolution is not about, you know, condemning the fact that fees are, you know, being raised in a normal way. It's the fact that at UCSB, we are in such a unique circumstance of living in Isla Vista, having some of, if not the highest rent rates across the nation. On top of the fact that students for the next 6 years are gonna be receiving 5% more, or gonna have to pay 5% more in tuition on top of a 5% deduction in federal aid. On top of students losing jobs through work study, because that's also being cut. It's an accumulation of things, which unfortunately our generation is, again, Queso said perfectly, Senator Ono said perfectly, is putting the bill for, and that is simply unfair when Associated Students has an accumulation of 13 million in rollover, and that should have been the proper route, in my opinion, of going through that avenue, saying, where is that money not being spent and how can we utilize it before we have to make any adjustments of that sort? That's my personal opinion. I know there's likely faculty and staff that disagree with that. But I think it's sort of a disservice as student legislators to not say, let's use our money before our students have to suffer even more. Again, personal opinion. I yield.
Okay, floor is open. Please.
It's just a logistical issue with the title of the bill, since we don't necessarily have for sure significant increases in student fees. It's just kind of being currently pitched at the moment. If we're passing this today, then maybe thinking about that.
Yeah, I get what you mean, like, it kind of assumes it's a fait accompli, like it's already happened. But there have been resolutions condemning like the potential of something.
Yeah,
So
so
like
should
if
we,
you, if you feel like opening it at 10:35 p.m., be my guest, not really. But like there won't be any logistical, any like implementation issues with it or anything like this. Yeah, I think if option this is.
Motion to, I refer this.
Manitoba?
Oh, sorry, I thought Evan recognized me. Motion to refer this resolution to advocacy committee. Are we discharging it? Right?
Sorry?
We're discharging it?
Yeah, I mean, come on. There's been a motion to refer this resolution to the advocacy committee. Is there a second? Oh, no, second, no discussion, we love. Question, call the question. Seeing none, motion passes. Oh, no.
Motion to discharge the resolution to the Senate floor from the
Advocacy Committee. The motion to discharge the resolution for the Advocacy Committee to the Senate Board, is there a second? Aye. More discussion? Leila? Questions called for the question?
Consent.
If you consent, seeing none, motion passes. It's back on, Sam.
Motion to adopt a resolution condemning significant increases in student fees.
There's been a motion to adopt this resolution. Is there a second reading?
Second.
Second, Councilor Manikova.
Motion.
Just called for the question.
Consent.
Just make consent. Please vote. Motion to quickly, please.
I'm on the ballot, do I have to abstain?
No.
No.
I mean, you can, I don't see why.
You don't have to. It's not complicated.
I get paid by these increases. Do you have some kind of?
No.
A motion to.
Senator Shirkin here,
Conflict of
because she's,
No.
okay. She's absent.
Lucan again.
Motion passes.
Are we sure we're at total for
11-1-1.
11-1-1? Motion passes.
Thanks.
Okay, we're in action items. There's a bill to standardize ASUCSB departments brought in from the advocacy committee with amendments shown in pink. Thanks for the specificity. Author can speak first and then chair, I guess.
When I ran for Associated Students, I ran on a platform of reform. And, you know, when I was doing immense reading of legal code, I saw no structure to how BCUs operate, nor how they're classified. That was really where this bill started. And then I came to the realization there's quite literally no student oversight or assistance with BCUs. And then I think as a Senate and a school, we saw the brunt of that today during public forum. What happens when there is no assistance from the staff level or even what could be at the student level? Because I fundamentally believe as student leaders, we have the ability to lead and assist BCUs. And we've been limiting ourselves in that capacity because our liaising system has been not functioning. And it's not because of the liaison committee, it's just the systemic way that our legal code has been written for years, if not decades. And what we saw today with BWHC was a result of that. Very limited information, little assistance. And I fundamentally believe, and this was the intent of this, is to provide BCUs with the most support possible to define what the scope of this association is going forward. How BCUs should be classified, what the distinction is between a board, commission, and unit, because Lord knows I was confused when I was reading legal code, and I'm sure you were too. And it's, again, one of those things where it's mundane, it's not fun to read, but I think it'll help the association for years to come. Yield.
Any other author?
Good job, Evan.
Okay, floor is open. Oh no.
Yeah, before we get into anything on just adopting this, I just want to say we all, as Sussman said, we saw the consequences of when support does not exist. And during our committee meeting, we had a BCU chair come in from, I believe, CMU. And she expressed her opinions on this bill. And thank you. And there were some, I don't want to call them misconceptions, but just like there was some clarity that was needed between us and her. And after we explained it, it made a lot more sense. And I think this is just a really good mechanism we can have to make sure that BCUs are not left in the dark and that we don't have one singular person in the Senate auditing minutes. Your work is appreciated. That we don't have one singular person auditing minutes. And, you know, we kept coming back to this, like the people from BWHC were like, we're students. And then we also were like, we're students. So we all know that time is lacking for doing this sort of work. And it's clear that we need like an actual role for someone to actually do this work. So thank you, Senator Sussman, for bringing this forward.
To
15 seconds.
Okay, I think one thing that should be recognized in this is that the minutes template will be put out going forward. Like, people will know how to take minutes going forward because of this bill, which is exciting. And I think the other part, which I spoke to judicial counsel about, is the clarification between what is a department and what, an executive office, what's Senate, subcommittee, et cetera. And it should be like publicly noted as well that there are a couple of BCUs that will have name changes. For instance, the investment advisory committee will now be the investment advisory unit. And there are small things like that because that's just how this bill will operate going forward, and it standardizes some of those aspects of this association. Other than that, I think Hazel said it really well. There's misconceptions about, what this bill does and what it doesn't, but at the end of the day, all it's really doing is standardizing and leading some sort of cohesion for this association going forward. Yield.
Chair, we have a question.
Lee? Go ahead, Lee.
Hello. I was just wondering, not that it necessarily has to be like encompassed in the bill, but I was just wondering what you envision like senators' roles with BCUs being. I think this is a great bill and like very much needed to have some like institutional and like infrastructural support. But yeah, I was just wondering what you envision like senators' relationships to BCUs will be like since we're now giving that responsibility more so to the department chairs.
Better. If this works, which I anticipate it can, because I've had several conversations with staff about how this should go forward. Every week, what this bill does is it gives a bullet point format of every meeting minute pertaining to financial motions, to to BCU vacancies, to projects going forward, And I really think by having that under the minutes and allocation section of each Senate agenda, senators now have a digestible form of minutes. That's something that we haven't had. And there was something that CMU brought up, which is you're delegating this authority to other people. This is the Senate's responsibility. And I fundamentally don't think it is. I think it's a broken system, and that's why we're doing this bill. Because if you're saying you're delegating something that you should be doing and it hasn't been working, that's not going to continue to work. So I really think that BCUs are going to have the Senate is going to have a better understanding of what BCUs are doing, and that BCUs will have fundamentally more support, and the Senate will be less burdened by the burdens of BCUs.
I don't think the senator's saying the BCUs are a burden. I think he's saying.
The burdens which BCUs have as burdens.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Correct.
Guys, it's 10:44. Oh, brilliant. Go ahead.
Motion to adopt this bill.
There's been a motion to adopt this bill. Is there a second? Oh, no. Second. Now discussion. Right, well, questions be called. Question?
Vote.
Anything like that? Alright, seeing none, leave vote. Let's break a record for speed, because we're not very good at this. Motion 3, is it?
Yes.
Okay, 12:02.
No questions at the beginning.
A resolution condemning Executive Order 1439 discharge from the Advocacy Committee. Just Maria Sussman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is a very straightforward resolution. I don't have anything to say that I didn't say 2 weeks ago. But I would like to note the entirely unintended symbolism of us voting to adopt this on Earth Day, which for those of you who are not familiar with the history of that holiday, it began because of an oil spill off the coast of Santa Barbara some 57 years ago. I just wanted to point that out. Other than that, I yield.
Proud of Senator Gio Simonian for funding this effort and fundamentally what the federal administration has decided to do at the locality of Santa Barbara is going to destroy the environment, and as the next generation of leaders who have to deal with climate change, I fundamentally oppose that, and I hope the Senate does too, which I think we all do. So I yield.
Just one question. Is this like are we just sending this resolution directly or are we writing an actual letter?
Either or, I think both get the point across. I was thinking just put it in an envelope, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, put a stamp on, mail it. But a letter wouldn't be bad.
A letter to Donnie.
Neil Don. Motion to adopt the resolution. There's been a motion to adopt this resolution. Second, Sussman. There's been a second, no discussion. Wait, what? Question, call for the question? Consent, any objection, consent, seeing none.
I think I'm gonna meet him this summer. Yeah, I'll hand deliver it to him.
Really?
Okay, we're gonna vote.
Bless you.
Nice to meet you, Mr. President.
Who's reaching?
Nadine?
Reaching.
All the way down.
We on motion four, five.
Four.
How are we back to 13 senators again?
Because Ola Leighton is marked absent, Queen. And I've marked her present. She's.
Okay, so we're still missing a vote.
Yes, because Senator Chaudhry hasn't voted yet.
Chaudhry, can you please vote? Okay, Chaudhry, you're.
Yes.
1400, congrats, Sefler.
Congrats.
Two things that apply to both your bill and his, 'cause I was reminded when you said that the minutes would be in Google Go so people will know how to take minutes. That's not how humans work, like that it's somewhere so that they're gonna do it. Even with the constitutional amendments that might be passed this year, you have to figure out an implementation mechanism. So with yours, it's like print it, put an envelope, send it. With you, it's like you have to figure out how this actually gets done and the people use the new minutes template.
Sure.
It's not, it's not small.
Sure, can we move to the next one?
Yeah,
Respectful.
that's what I was.
Okay, thank you.
So you just wasted time.
Well, you were, shut up, let's go.
Sorry,
Respect.
sorry.
Chair. Summer has.
Can I say something really quickly? Oh, I was gonna do like a
Consent.
workshop for AS1, if like that would be something, and I was gonna start doing office hours next year. If that could help, I could help you out.
That's very good.
Summer, I'll send you the template.
We're in a bill to rearrange Senate agendas, discharge out of liaison committee with amendments.
No.
Oh, it is, that's what, yeah. Marikova?
It's pretty straightforward. I think we just need to add a section on financial motions, financial allocation, sorry. Just because it was hard for FinOps to keep track. And I think some were missed during budget deliberations. And so it's just a hard time for everyone. That's it.
Cool.
As the person, this was a failure on liaison committee's part to not have this within our agenda, like within fall quarter when it was brought to us. And I guess we just have to open it up at the financial motions. I wish someone told us while we were in committee so that we can do it, but that's a yield.
I thought you were gonna motion.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. Hey, you. Motion to open?
You know. Yes.
Motion to open a bill to rearrange Senate agendas fixed.
There's been a motion to open this legislation. Is there a second?
What?
Wait,
Second.
there's been a second, we're not discussion on it. Call question, call the question. If you're thinking something, you know which passes still.
Senator Matokova, where do you want the financial motions listed under?
Well, not financial motions, just financial allocations.
It's already on the bill.
Yeah. I just messed up. I accidentally said financial.
Yeah, we didn't have anything to change.
Yeah, sorry.
What do you wanna change?
No, I didn't wanna change anything.
Yeah, no, everything was fine.
Okay.
Joey,
No, we're changing the agenda, like based using this. Sorry.
So we're closing the bell.
Yeah, my bad.
Sussman.
Motion to close the bell.
Mrs. Bill, is there a second? Hold on.
Second.
Yes, and a second, we're now in discussion. Can someone, wait, what?
What question?
The question has been called. Thank you, Wayla, for the thousandth time. Consent, questions been called. Can you give my consent?
Consent.
Motion passes. Sussman.
Motion to adopt the bill to rearrange Senate agenda is fixed.
Guys. There's been a motion to adopt this legislation. Is there a second? No, no.
Second.
Lord, there's been a second, now discussion. Wait, law. Question, consent, leave vote, whatever motion it is, we're figuring out.
Oh, 5.
I did my job. I see, oh, I see. Sorry.
Why are we hyper? Nothing's happening.
He's not here, she's my. God.
That's everything.
We're good. Yay, we can.
How are we at 13 again? Okay, 12:01. Reese dip or she's just, you know, it's like, okay. 12:01 motion passes. Committee reports, guys, unless there's some uber pressing. Finance. Outreach.
Yeah, only thing that's uber pressing is outreach committee is tabling, has been tabling and will continue to table indefinitely, it seems like, from 11 until 3 every single day. We encourage everyone to join. We've given away thousands of flyers. So I don't know why it's only at 8%. We're hoping to inch that up, but you're all welcome. Please join.
Okay, just one note, guys, I just put it into the Slack goals in general. Come tomorrow, 3 to 5 p.m. Pardo Center. We got Chick-fil-A. We're gonna do jewelry making. One of our first mixers. We worked really hard on it. I just want to thank our team, Senator Dan, also our student reps, Ella Finch, working on it really hard. You guys just be there. It's gonna be really fun. We got lots of chicken nuggets and lots of cool stuff and chicken strips and really good stuff. And veggie options just in case. Yeah. So yeah.
Remind us the time.
3 to 5 p.m. tomorrow.
5.
Pardo Center. Be there.
This is a great initiative, much like the finance fair was a really great initiative to be out on the student body. Good job. Advocacy?
No, we're good.
Go home, Lily. Projects and temporary committees?
Preach.
No projects? Okay, now I have 15 minutes. Okay. IB Underground this Friday, as I said, I've been trying to get a member of my office out here to talk about this and people have lives apparently, don't want to come to the Senate. But IB Underground, 1 to 4 p.m., bands, beer garden, we're giving away a record player and CDs and all kinds of stuff. It's student fees, and I think we're spending it well. And if you want to set up like a little impromptu table, you're more than welcome. Let's move into section K, minutes and allocations. Sussman, or not.
Just want to point out, so really,
Minutes allocations.
really appreciate everyone else reading the minutes, because I'm sure they do. Just want to point out, BWHC's, all their minutes are there. There's a couple one that are named incorrectly. Unfortunate, and there's a little bit of, it's a little bit hard to parse out because there are the same financial motions that are on multiple documents, so we might have to talk to them about that. Overall, calculating it minus the ones that are duplicates, it's around $65,000 that they have passed. So that is something we want to consider, especially when they came forward talking about how much money, and it seems like, yes, they did. That's pretty much it. Oh, and I'd also like to really shout out TQCon because their minutes are amazing.
I wonder what. Molly's,
Motion to approve all minutes.
is there a motion approval of minutes and allocations? Is there a second? Oh, no, second, no discussion. Wait, questions, cultural question? Consent. Any just like consent? Okay, lovely, that passes. We're in appointments and resignations.
Oh, yes.
These are all, just to be clear, the first ones are all UCIV, but like UCIV is under UPLA, so if it looks weird or if there's like a discrepancy between other UCIV ones, this is technically correct. Harder.
Yes, I'd like to amend the agenda and add the appointment of the following members to outreach committee. Isabella Macedo, which is Macedo. Macedo.
Have these been sent?
No, sir. If we're procedurally improper, we do not have to do this today, but
I'd much appreciate it if this was just sent in.
Yeah.
Like, well,
it's not a concern. That's fine.
motion rescinded or?
Yeah.
Fine, appreciate it.
Oh, no. Motion to bundle and approve all appointments and resignations.
There's been a motion to bundle approve all appointments, resignations, there's a second, Mahis.
Second.
Been a second, we're done discussion. And
Call the question.
call for the question.
Consent.
Just like consent. And seeing no more fuss. Okay, now let's go back to acceptance of agenda, hopefully for the last time since the thing passed, right? So it'll be normal now. If some mind, Evan, you could work on making the agenda for next week, that'd be much appreciated. Are we in section E, acceptance of agenda? Okay, Weiss,
Motion to accept the agenda as amended?
a motion to accept the agenda as amended. So if you could hear that. Is there a second way?
Second.
Second discussion on it, call question, the question, copy of the question.
Uh,
Just like I said. And then motion passes. Is that all?
Yeah,
Yo, how are we 2 minutes?
because we're the best.
We're the best one, man. Okay. We sure we're not? Something like, okay.
Stop second guessing.
Do we have any other consent to move into section O?
Consent.
Yo, just gonna pass it, I can even look that.
Yeah, no, later.
You made that? What am I doing? Wait, did we make the motion? No. Man,
To adjourn the meeting at 10:58 PM.
there's an motion to adjourn the meeting at 10:58 PM.
1 minute.
Seem to see it. Oh, no.
22.
Hi, guys. I've been around, 4 p.m. this Friday.
Yes. We have a committee tomorrow. Chick-fil-A.
Lab,
I gotta,
lab calls,
Last week,
last second speak.
I was in my lab making Q44K. And my grad student was like, this is way important.